Yep.
Well, hello there, you lovely, beautiful people, and welcome to session 38 of Fathoms Below. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests, here on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. With me today, we've got my lovely, phenomenal, amazing, beautiful, and just, generally awesome cast. We've got Selkie Cove, we have got Just Kyle, we've got that one Warlock, we've got Madness Diamond, and we've got Lawless Aries Cosplay. Now, for those of you that are joining us for the first time, which may potentially be quite a few because, we're live on TikTok for the first time because we just got given permission today. This is a D&D AP, a D&D actual play that's been running now for, about just shy of a year?
That's a great question. Time is a weird system.
If you include the skipped sessions and go simply from point of origin, a year. Just about a year.
I could probably tell you exactly. Give me a second.
It has, in fact, been a year.
It's been about
a year. Because you sent me the acceptance email on the 3rd of June last year.
Well, there you go. Just about a year. It's a completely underwater themed campaign and has about 90% homebrew created by me. That's everything from races, subclasses, sub-races, weapons, monsters, general rules to fuck with my players' well-being. Players' characters' well-being. My players' well-being is of utmost importance. What's up, Diamond? What's up?
July 20th, 2023 was our first session. Happy anniversary.
2 days from now would be our first session.
Happy anniversary, guys!
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, motherfuckers! I forgot where I was going with this. But anyway, if you're joining us on TikTok for the first time, hello, welcome. We'd love to have you. Stick around. Shit's gonna get phenomenal. I don't have any housekeeping. Other than to remind people to go and check out our social medias. That is Twitter, Instagram, all that jazz, everywhere under World Tree Quests. On top of that, you can find on our Twitter the application form for our next actual play, which is going to be a Dragon Age TTRPG. So if you like the sound of that kind of stuff, you should go check that out. But anyway, we're going to get on to the game, and I'm going to ask the question. Guys, what the fuck happened last set? It doesn't count if you do it before I ask. Fingers away. Guys, what the fuck happened last session? Kyle, you were last. Kyle,
I was first.
Kyle,
What do you
Waffle
mean?
Man.
Come on.
Kyle, you were last.
Come on, Toilet Man.
Well,
Let's go.
Waffle Man.
What?
Kylo's Waffle Man.
I mean, technically both.
Waffle Man.
Kyle,
I am God, and therefore, you can't say no. Sorry to tell you that, buddy.
I thought I was God.
No.
you are
You are.
you are the god of.
I think
You are the god of spine holding.
I think technically, if I am God, you are Raphael, the chronicler.
God's secretary?
The chronicler of heaven. Yeah, Raphael.
No, that's Patron. Patron's the archivist of World Tree Quests.
I would say Metatron.
I'm just God's secretary.
Metatron is a
Metatron.
fake angel. Okay. We only adhere.
Kyle, what happened last session?
No, keep going. I need to work out. My brain's still in the void.
Kyle,
Keep
what the
going.
fuck-
My brain
Kyle,
is...
Kyle, tell us what happened last session.
What the fuck happened last session?
Yes.
Kyle, don't lie to Typhus. Okay? Tell Typhus what happened last session.
Blood for the blood god. You picked the wrong one.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Corn for
Pops.
the cornflakes.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
Blood for the Blood God did happen.
Oh, tell me that you're really into the lore. What happened last session, you fuckwit?
Listen, the void brain is trying to turn on. imagine the Windows boot up sound. That's my brain.
Can somebody give Kyle a helping hand?
I will
Please.
help you.
I'll give you a bardic inspiration.
Cool.
I can't help because I don't fucking remember.
I remember that the following things occurred. We dealt with the comeuppance of the plunder fight. That was fucking terrifying.
That was terrifying.
Echoes on, shall we say, an uncomfortable situation to do with health and potentially dying. Lucy's dad sucks at combat. Feather is having a existential crisis.
Okay.
Listen, you asked this. You asked this from me. This is what you're getting.
No,
Blessings.
that was great.
A existential crisis.
Yep. He then just proceeds to commit the ultimate relationship sin of being like, I love you. I gotta go.
Not even. It was, I love you. We need to talk.
I love you too.
True.
We need to talk.
True. That's even more important because he hasn't mentioned that he's leaving yet. We're currently in Deep Heart, chilling in Shaylus, or now Shaylus. They didn't even know they had a home. Now they've got one. Congrats.
She Glimmertide on a technicality, but
Yeah, but we don't fully care. Loose is loose.
you know, we don't care.
This is Luce's house.
And Ariel and Marisol are cooking food.
They are indeed, yes.
Whilst Ariel also stares at all the alchemy like, I want to touch that stuff, but also, I don't know if I'm allowed to.
Yeah. But at the same time, if I touch this, I'm gonna get punched in the fucking schnoz.
Correct.
Right in the schnozzleberry.
Luce and Moradon had a real heart-to-heart. Moradon is still being, in my opinion, a jackass and telling nothing of value to anybody. We got the mind shielding ring for Echo, and we're just going to have a wonderful trauma session.
Trauma
I
sessions
can
are
remove the luck
fantastic.
stone.
That's what my void brain remembers.
Okay. I think you actually got all the major points there. I think you kind of touched on all the major ones. Anything you didn't, well, we'll find out. But yes, we did.
Go watch the previous sessions.
Go watch the previous session. Do it. It's on YouTube. Yes. So, with the rest that was taken, has everybody done their level ups?
We haven't rested yet, to my knowledge.
We have not slept yet. We are right about to
You
sleep.
know it's coming. Like, oh, there's
Yes.
there's always got to be one. Okay, has everybody
Listen.
planned their level ups?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome, fantastic. Right. Now, when we ended last session, we did end with the kind of notice of where everybody was. Now, the one that I would like to jump to very quickly, very, very quickly, is just to see if they want to do anything before they go into their long rest. Marisol and Ariel. First things first, do either of you have proficiency with cooking utensils?
Not technically, but I've been doing it.
Not technically. Well, now that you're using actual apparatus instead of just being outside and therefore a bit of survival check, we're going to use some cooking utensils. So, let's see if you can wingle-wangle your way through it. We are going to call it a... I'm going to call it a charisma check, because, you know, when you cook from the heart.
No.
Okay?
I know I sure as shit
So we're
do.
going to go a charisma check. So what you can do is you can either both make the roll, try and both make a dish, or one person can roll, the other person can give them advantage.
Ariel, I'm giving you advantage. I have a -1 to charisma.
I appreciate you. I have a +4.
So make me a wisdom check, no proficiency.
Wisdom?
Oh, sorry, charisma check, no proficiency.
Don't scare me.
It is late.
We're live on the internet. You can't scare me like that.
How dare you do this to me?
Marisol, I appreciate the advantage. One of them was a natural 1.
Oh.
Oh God.
But the other one is a 23 with a natural 19.
Oh, fantastic. Well, with a 23, you're more than capable of cooking up a very, very simple meal. As with most places, as with most of the places here in Deep Heart, the cooking is not like where you've seen before, where they'd there'd be like a geyser or something and it would be built around that. No, here they actually use like runic plates, and the plates are basically enchanted that you touch them, and similar to what's the hob tops you get, where it's like you press it and hold it in and it turns on and then goes.
Oh yeah, like
similar to that,
like a hot plate.
Yeah, you put your hand over the rune and it activates, and it has 3 different settings. One's like a kind of low simmer, then a high simmer, and then like a rolling boil. But magically contained so that it doesn't actually boil the water around it, just like the area of space above it.
Kick ass.
So you're able to actually cook a fairly decent meal. Not something you would serve in like a 5-star restaurant, but something that you would expect to you go to your buddy's studio apartment and he's like, hey, I'll make us some food before we go out, and he makes like pasta with like cut up hot dogs.
Careful with your words there, my friend.
Pasta with hot dogs in it was some of the best experiences of my life.
I will say, mac and cheese with some cut up hot dogs. Oh
No, I'm not having this. I'm not doing this. No. As the self-titled king of mac and cheese, the only thing that goes at Kyle.
Not even.
As the only person here who has ate my mac and cheese,
You know what? I'll trigger you even more. I put barbecue sauce in my mac and cheese and hot dogs.
There's a ring of hell specifically for you.
Yeah, it's called the throne.
So my son puts tomato sauce in mac and cheese, and my wife puts vinegar, and I was just kind of like, there's a really special place in hell just for you.
Hey, we'll party.
Vinegar.
We'll party and we'll cook together.
Fucking.
I'm gonna
this
sit
is
here
so-
and eat my waffle. You're on your own. You did this to me.
Straight vinegar.
Yeah, she puts vinegar in mac and cheese.
Is it like just regular vinegar or malt vinegar?
Like just vinegar. Like, if she reaches for vinegar and the vinegar that's available is red wine vinegar, she'll use red wine vinegar.
Listen, I love your wife, but she can have the throne now.
She could at least jazz it up like a bit and use like balsamic vinegar. That's about worth it, Elmo. Tom did not see the Elmo coming out of there. He didn't see the Elmo coming. Should I run this entire session as Elmo?
I will.
You could.
I will yeet myself.
Anyway,
something.
so you're actually able to cook quite a decent meal, something that's going to it's going to not only fill the void of hey, eat food, it's also going to it's going to have a wee bit of warmth for the soul. It's going to do a wee bit of that's like a basic but nostalgia food, like dino nuggets. Is there anything that you guys wish to do after cooking the food before taking to your beds for the night?
Yes. First of all, does Daddy-O have just a spare cloak hanging around that he's not using?
I mean, you could go and ask him. There's none that you can see actively here, but you can certainly ask him.
Okay, I just didn't know if he had one just hanging on a hook by the door. I'm going to once everyone is starting to bed down, I'm just going to step out of the house, kind of stealthily.
Okay.
but like just to get a decent perimeter. To see if like anyone clocked us coming in or is looking suspicious.
Okay, then in that case, could you please make me an investigation check?
I sure as shit can.
So you're poking your head out, kind of looking around the perimeter, making sure that nobody's actually followed you.
Like,
is what I'm
yeah,
saying.
like being sketch as fuck.
Okay. So investigation check, please.
I'm just double checking. I think, and no. Okay.
Who are you?
Ooh, hell yeah. +1. So 17.
17.
Yeah.
Fantastic. On a 17, you don't see anything. There's nothing that really strikes you as odd. That being said, Deep Heart is not really a place you've ever been before. You don't really know how it's supposed to be at night time. But from what you're used to, there's nothing that strikes you as odd or stand out.
Okay.
You will see, though, well, for what I was about to say, because it's so dark, and then I was like, it's always dark here. It's like it's a new thing. The entire city is lit up. Like, as you poke your head out, it's like, I'm not talking like Las Vegas lit up. I'm talking like...
It's like Chicago skyline.
Yeah.
Okay.
But with that kind of like bioluminescent pale blue of like algae and deep sea flora and fauna. And because of the glow from this, you can actually see from quite a distance, and again, for those of you that are new, kind of trigger warning on the megalophobia side of this, but you can actually in the distance see the bare shapes of some gargantuan sea creature that exists down here, moving just at the edges of the city. Completely passively. Not in any way of like a haha looming over the city, waha. No, not like that, like
just existing.
like Godzilla's just having a little swim and you just happen to see his leg.
He's curled up in the Coliseum.
Just
Okay.
just curled up doing his thing. To
Okay.
reiterate, Godzilla's not actually here. It's just a big sea creature swimming by. But yeah, because of the light of the city, you actually get this fairly beautiful view.
Can I, by any chance, where I'm standing, can I see the very special kelp farm?
So from here, you can in fact see in the direction of those kelp farms, and you can see past the west wall, and you can see the spreads of those deep sea kelp farms. You don't know which one is the one you've been told about, but you can in fact see some of them that are, you know. Oh well, actually no, wait, no, because you were told the specific place.
Yeah, it was the biggest.
Yeah,
one.
yeah. So as you're looking out on that, from here, I'd say barely. You can barely make it out.
Okay. And shot in the dark question. No lights on.
No lights on.
Okay. All right.
You can see like lights around it moving, but it's probably safe to say it's more like that's like Deep Heart's perimeter patrol guards who are just doing their rounds around the kind of local areas.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna head back inside. I'm gonna opt out of a bed in a bedroom for the night, and I'm just gonna sleep propped up against the door. Is kind of like an alarm system.
Okay, cool. So you're sleeping propped up against the wall.
Against the door, specifically.
Okay. And is that it for you?
That is it for me. Sorry it took so long.
No, not at all, not at all. Didn't take too long. Marisol, what about yourself? Is there anything that you would like to do before heading to slip?
No, I think it's probably straight to slip for Marisol. She wants to make sure she's well rested to remove a curse.
Okay, and are you sleeping in a room?
Yeah.
Okay. Moradon will, point you to where the guest wing is and say, pick a room. When you enter into these rooms, so as I've said before, merfolk, and deep elves and sea elves, tritons, all those kind of things, they all generally sleep in the same kind of sleeping apparatus, and it's usually some kind of like smooth surface with like a almost like an egg shape divoted into it, so it's almost like it's like a cradle, and they kind of think like I don't suppose you ever might have got these in the States. Do you ever remember alien babies? The little sticky things that you would launch at walls. They would stick to walls. They used to come
Oh
in the
yeah.
egg. They used to come in the egg with the slime. You know how they were always in them sideways like that? Like that. They're always designed that you curl up on your side. So it has one of these in the centre of it. It's, fairly plush. Stuffed with like they stuff down here, under the seas. They don't have things like bean bags, but they stuff them with like undersea like vegetation and such, and it creates quite a soft material to sleep on. But it's got fairly well done adornments. There is like a small gemstone mounted into like a runed sconce on the wall. Moradon shows you that if you touch the sconce, the crystal glows, creating a light, and it can be set to either dim or bright or off. So you can give yourself dim light, bright light, or no light. And he kind of puts a hand on your shoulder, bids you good night, and leaves you to explore the rest of the room should you wish.
I think I might explore the room, and I also want to recognize that Tom just hair flipped so aggressively that they knocked their glasses off their face.
I don't know what you're talking about. It absolutely wasn't the music. No.
we love a voracious hair flip.
It's really good.
We really do. We really. Speaking of which, my hair is tickling my shoulder. Please
You should have seen me last night in the store. It was just constant.
I got my wife by hair flipping.
I wasn't close enough to get anybody, thankfully. I would have never heard
You would have got me, buddy, I promise.
Aww.
I meant like smacking someone with the hair.
Oh, right, okay. I did do this. So I had my hair braided and I had it over my shoulder, and I did that kind of thing where you swish it yourself to get it off your shoulder, and my hair is in fact now that heavy that the braid just kind of swooped round, came round the other side, and hit me in the face.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You mean the
Yeah, just the kind of head nod, and it flipped round and whacked me in the face.
Damn. You know what I got to say to that, Bran?
What? Ah, Tom, you know not the forces you toy with. Where was I going? Yes, Marisol. So, Marisol, you're in the room, and as you have a look around, you have a fairly decent understanding, because of your position within the courts of the Misted Ocean. You've got a fairly decent understanding of the levels of nobility and such, and kind of how elvish nobility and Triton nobility, Genasi nobility, all kinds of merfolk nobility, how they'll kind of hold themselves. The Glimmer Tides are fairly well accounted. Like this is a fairly swanky looking pad to stay in. It's very comfortable. There is places to store your own belongings. There is a chest at the located at the edge of what would be like your place to store clothing. There's also an armor stand or a clothing stand, like the torso, hips, and head of a mannequin for you to mount things on should you want to. It's very well appointed here. There's also a place, you know, to sit and, you know, if there was like a guest here who wore makeup or had to style hair, there is a mirror here with almost like a vanity carved from this beautiful blue marble. Yeah. I mean, I guess in the light of this runic crystal, everything seems blue. But very, very well appointed.
Dang, alright. I can hear an echo of myself from somewhere.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I was
sorry.
talking about that.
Sorry. It's cause I've got the live open on my phone, so I can just... It's my first time making sure everything runs okay. Sorry about that.
Completely fair.
Everyone's nervous on their first time. It's all good.
It just caught me off guard of like, that's my own voice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually gonna sit down at the vanity and open the drawers and see like what kind of stuff they have in here.
Okay. Well, you open up one of the drawers of the vanity, and there is the Bible. I'm totally joking. There's no Bible. It's fairly standard things. There is a brush to brush your hair. Combs. There is also an array of the basic kind of products that someone would use if they were to sit here, if they were to be a guest in this home. If you look towards, like, you know, the mountings on the bedside, there is like indoor shoes and such for guests should they wish to wear them. But shoes in the depths of the oceans are not really used for walking around. They're more for comfort. So these shoes they're like the equivalent of those fluffy socks that you could never wear outside, because God, your feet would just sweat profusely. But you will walk around the house with these fluffy socks on rather than wearing slippers. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Obviously, for somebody who's a merfolk, you don't really wear these kind of things. But there is, like, you know, comfortable... I guess the closest to material would be like gossamer, like a thick gossamer robe, that could be worn again for the sake of ease and comfort around. Details be fancy.
Okay. I like this fancy hotel. I think Marisol's probably just gonna take her braids out and like brush her hair until she feels tired and then eventually retire to bed.
Okay, so you're brushing out your braids.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you sing as well while you do it?
Why not?
I have a
Marisol,
question from Marisol.
yes.
Go right ahead.
With your braids out, how long is your hair?
It's a good question. Because Marisol's braid is probably about as long as mine is.
Yeah.
And my hair does, when it's not curly and Marisol's hair isn't curly like mine, comfortably go all the way down to my ass.
Damn!
Okay.
Nice!
Yeah.
Right, sweet, fantastic. So Marisol now no longer has this braided hair over the shoulder. The hair is now flowing full length down the back. I love it. Is that everything for you, Marisol?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. At this point, I want to go to Reaver.
Yo.
Reaver, is there anything that you wish to do before turning in for the night?
I'm just waiting and watching. And if I see Marisol pass, I'm just going to simply point at them and then silence say guard in my head.
Okay.
And just have until further named better. Oh wait, no. What did they get named?
I suggested Groan.
Grow. Thank you.
We also shitpost that the pet's name is Steve.
Yeah. Yeah, Grown will just go basically follow Marisol the same distance you've been getting the whole time when it's not been fighting with me.
Okay. So you gesture to Marisol and you telepathically give the command, and this sea drake, this eldritch abomination sea drake, twists away and off towards keeping within like a kind of 30-foot space of Marisol at all times. It's not quite inside the room with Marisol, but it's definitely taking up most of the corridor outside. Other than that, Reaver, anything for you at all?
Not at the moment, no.
No, so you're taking up like a kind of guard post going into that kind of warforged, wreckborn stasis state that you do to take a long rest. Is that what you're doing?
Pretty much just making sure I'm just staying beside Echo, who I put in the bed to make sure that they're okay, because they are not doing okay.
Yeah.
As of last session, but yeah, no, I'm just chilling.
Okay. Echo, I want to go to you. Now, I know that when we left off, you were in quite a rough state. Just a little teeny tad, as you have currently a triple dose, if I'm correct, of mummy rot. Yeah. It's a rough day to swallow mummies. So, how is Echo feeling at this point?
Garbage. Like a solid garbage.
Like a solid garbage, as opposed to a liquid garbage.
A liquid, yeah.
Or in fact, a gaseous garbage.
Hey, don't get
Or
me
an
started on
oobleck
liquid garbage.
Or an oobleck.
We might actually be feeling closer to oobleck garbage.
A nucleoid liquid garbage. Okay, so a oobleck garbage is the state that you're currently in.
Correct. Lot of aches, lot of pains. Between the wild shape, which already causes Echo's body an amount of pain,
stress, yeah,
and then the rot and such, and they're not able to regain hit points, so they're still chilling at 3. I do have a question though, and it's a question I feel like Echo would kind of already know the answer to, which is why I want to know.
Okay.
Would getting the upgrade put in, specifically the spines, would that cost them hit points?
I would say no, but I would say no. Yeah, I'll just say no. I'm just going to say no on it. I was going to say something else, but I want to see how things go, and then I will do things, perhaps. I don't know what my hand is doing. My hand's just kind of going of its own accord here.
You're a conductor now, but like, I don't know what this is conducting.
I'm a conductor if that I was also a Muppet.
Echo actually has 2 things that they want to go do. So the first of which, they are going to pull themselves out of the bed. Give like a pat to Reaver's shoulder, but it's just like one hand on the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Going, we'll be right back.
All right.
gonna follow. You're not getting out of their sight. You are, like, you've caused so much pain. You could, by all means, continue, but they're not leaving.
It's fine. As Echo leaves and realizes that, it's okay. And they're going to go find Marisol.
Okay.
Okay.
Marisol, are you easy to find?
I mean, I'm in the room with the giant eldritch horror stuck outside it,
That's
so...
fair. Yeah, okay, that was a silly question to ask, Bram. Yeah, you find Marisol fairly easily. Are you knocking? Are you barging in?
Echo will knock.
Okay. So as you're beginning to settle down, Marisol, you hear a...
Come in.
Echo's gonna gesture between Reaver and the abomination creature, and is going to go, can you wait outside?
A slumping sit down will happen.
Okay. A slumping sit down. You sit down outside the room and you are agreeing to wait outside? Yes? No?
Right.
Maybe? Perhaps?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, but I had nodded. Yeah.
No worries. So you sit down. You agree to wait outside, and Echo, you are able to enter and close the door behind you.
Something Echo would have acquired prior to entering the room, make sure they had it on them, is the fragments of teeth that have been broken up. And they will enter and will head over towards Marisol and will settle themselves on the floor with kind of like a sigh. And we'll set the pieces down. You're a healer of a sort.
Yes.
Have you done surgical procedures before?
I gave myself stitches once, but that is about as far as that goes.
Would you be willing to try?
I suppose, but I'm not going to be able to take your curse away until the morning, unfortunately.
We're aware. We're not asking for the curse.
Okay. What do we need?
And Echo will pull out and just set all of the tooth pieces out in front of Marisol. And we'll go, these are going to be spines down our back.
Ah.
We can't put them in ourselves.
You can't reach.
No. And that's part of the problem.
I am definitely willing to help. But do you think it might be a good idea to do this after you're no longer at risk for not recovering?
We don't want to be in a weakened state twice.
I can understand. If this is what you feel is best, then I will give it my best shot.
There's a sigh that comes from Echo, and it's kind of clear for a moment that they were not sure you were going to do it. And Moradon kind of stretch out, and there's like a groan that's stifled because everything aches. I don't like that laugh. And then they'll kind of gesture to themselves in the teeth and then back up at you, and we'll go, how do you want to go about this? We have ideas,
Well-
but it's up to you.
Well, you have done things in much more perpetuity with your own body than I have. What are your ideas?
The goal is for them to be spines, so in theory, the simplest action is cutting, placing, and stitching. And eventually they will simply take. At least that's how everything else has gone. Holding up an arm that is very clearly stitched together in multiple places. And if you actually take a look at Echo, especially in this moment as they're talking about it, they're not one creature. They are very much so Frankenstein together completely.
Alright, well, then, how far apart do you want them to be? Are we talking right up against each other, or do you want a little bit of space?
A little bit of space would be ideal. We don't want to lose any of our flexibility.
Okay. Are you usually awake when these kind of things happen to you?
It would depend.
Fair.
Cooperation and all. We'll be awake for this one.
Okay. Alright then. Do you have tools that you prefer me to use?
Any blade will work. We're not picky.
Trying to think if I have I don't know that I have a small knife.
I think it's,
Do you-
you'd be able to get a hold of a basic dagger fairly simply.
You do have the
Yeah,
crew
that-
daggers.
You do
Oh,
have the
that's
crew
true.
daggers.
I am going. I am the doctor. I am going to perform pirate surgery on Echo. I'm killing Kyle.
Pirate surgery. What a wonderful thing, gods! It almost makes you wish that there was a table that a DM could have you roll on for it, doesn't it?
What?
Bran, I will teleport my happy gay ass over to Scotland and shove my foot 9 inches up your ass.
That's
I have to roll.
lovely. Marisol, could you make me a medicine check, please?
That makes sense. I was wondering when that was going to happen.
Weird question.
Yes.
Could Echo take the help action by partially talking Marisol through how they would do it on other parts of their body?
I'd say because of the amount of control that Echo has over their own biology. I imagine Echo having similar, but not quite to the same potency, control over their physiology as like a zebrafish does. Like not to the
That's
point
how
where
they
like
regrow organs.
not like you can regrow organs. So I'd say yeah, I'd give you the ability to give the help action. So Marisol, you can make a medicine check with the help action.
Beautiful. That means
I'll-
advantage?
Yes, you get advantage on that.
I'd
Okay,
probably say for the
let's-
Twitch chat and anyone else watching, potentially how this goes, a trigger warning for anything hospital or surgery related,
Yeah,
potentially,
yeah.
and how Brand describes this.
Yeah, I'll keep the description fairly simplistic.
So that is going to be a 21.
Okay. So on a 21, with the help of Echo and their knowledge of their anatomy and such,
Have you ever had someone talk you through their own surgery?
not through my own, but I actively walk somebody through over the phone how to put like a dislocated shoulder back into place. So I've done that, but never quite to this level. To save the idea of going into gruesome detail, I will say that through careful stitching and through the help of Echo, everything goes where it's supposed to go, to the specifications of what Echo wishes. So Echo, you can describe, if you'd like, how that now looks on your person. By all means, please feel free.
Yeah, sure. To give the overall picture, this used to be a very large tooth that was meticulously broken down into much smaller pieces. And now line Echo's spine, essentially, all the way down their back, leaving enough room to where they can still bend forward and backwards as much as they want, so no flexibility is lost, and they're not like grinding the spines against one another. But they don't peek out too horribly much, but it would be enough to, say, stab something's mouth should it, chomp down on Echo.
Alright, fantastic. That's great to know. Thank you very much for that. So with that done, you give a kind of like an undulation of your spine, and you can feel them. They are correctly in place. Is there anything you would like to do from here, Echo?
The last thing they'll want to do for the night, and this is going to require them to leave the room, so they will, in fact, they're going to thank Marisol and make sure Marisol knows that did a phenomenal job. Everything is in the correct place. It feels right. Nothing's gone wrong.
Happy to hear.
And I feel like there's probably like a little bit of like a chipped tooth left, and so they'll hand that off to Marisol as like a memento of like, you didn't do surgery before, but you have now. Congratulations.
Wonderful, my first surgery. Reaver is going to be so proud before he kills me.
That hurt.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I thought as much. Yeah, cool.
Even when, they removed their own organs and such, that still hurt. Frankenstein monster or not, cutting into yourself was cutting into yourself. And with that, they'll leave the room, close the door behind them. They won't really say anything to Reaver, but they'll move down the hallway. And the last person they're going to find is Luce.
Luce, are you easy to find?
Yes.
Luce is easy to find.
She has not gone far.
Hasn't gone far, so yeah, you are able to find Luce at this point.
Perfect. So, Yeah, I was looking for.
Are we doing this?
We're doing this.
We're doing this.
We're doing this.
We're doing it.
So, once again, with wherever Luce is, it's going to be another moment of looking at Reaper and going, wait outside? Because I'm assuming Reaper followed. I mean, if Reaper didn't, then...
Yeah, no, Reaper, the reason why I was asking was I rolled the con save for the white knuckling of not screaming. Because you're like, hey, Pain is like, oh yeah, I'm still fully connected.
Oh, yeah.
And you're not used to that shit.
No, so the sight you might see is probably Reaper's hand basically holding the jaw of Groan to keep it shut from screaming. But yes, following. And this, the only thing is simply say just with like pained breath is it going to hurt?
Echo will turn to Reaper and go, this one shouldn't. But you do get used to it over time.
Slump back down and sit. The pet is not with me this time. It's got a Marisol.
Okay.
And so Echo will once again like knock to.
I think the door, because I think Luce probably found a room that will probably be the one that she's going to stay in with Feather, if he fucking stays the night. And the door is ajar, like it's not completely closed, and I think Echo can see like the displacement of Luce pacing, and just moving hands kind of get that read of like that's one wily person going through a lot of emotions in this moment. And then she stops hearing the knock and just goes over very confused and opens the door, seeing Echo.
To very quickly ask, in your opinion, Luce, would this be taking place before or after the conversation between Luce and Feather?
Before. She's trying to find
Okay.
a place of privacy to have the
So
privacy
Feather
and
is
comfort.
so Feather is not currently here. That's all I wanted to check out, just to make sure. Please continue.
No, it's fine. So yes, just Echo?
Hi.
Why are you up and moving?
We have things to do.
Okay.
We're not dead yet.
Now let that. Please.
You have like a little bit of a shrug, like, okay. And we'll enter the room.
He just opens the door more, sees Reaver. It's like, Echo, is Reaver coming with?
No.
Alright. Sorry, buddy. And just close the door.
Sorry. And Echo's going to turn, like, once they've gotten, like, into the room, is going to turn to face Lewis and will go, what was that earlier?
Oh, this is one of those conversations. Echo, I need you to lay down so you're not just fussing about whenever you're injured, or else I'm going to have a panic attack out of worry and concern.
It's a moment of silence. Nothing happens because they can't squint. If they could squint, they would. But so it's just
moving the hair.
so it's just silence.
Why did I just imagine
Here's
one day, Echo will grow back one eye just to be able to do this?
like the dad in Clyde with the dance of meatballs.
Yeah.
Oh my
Eyebrows just go.
Please.
Echo will sigh and will move themselves to a very specific position. Where in the room if the door is here, they're along this wall. Their back is to the wall so they can see both Luce and the door, and they could make a beeline to either.
I think Luce just goes to bed and just finds anything plush and soft and just pushes it across the floor to Echo, like, please be comfortable while we have this conversation. For what's left of my sanity.
You get grumbles and such, but it's not like they don't take it. It's the grumbling and then they'll set it up and they'll...
Listen, it's either that or I go get Reaver's head so you can lay in it.
Someone is back. And they'll go, we're laying, we're fine, you're jealous, why?
Oh, that.
Point blank.
And Luce completely, like, just sits down on the ground and, like, lays on the ground on their side so that they're at, like, an eye level-ish height with Echo. Are you talking about whenever I passed Reaver in the hallway? That's not jealousy at you. It's jealousy at that one.
The confusion has not gone on.
It's not... I've known Reaver for a while now. Kind of an asshole, but he's my asshole. We're basically siblings at this point, I think. And I love seeing the two of you together and how well you guys work together and how well you guys kind of built that up together, which is nice. I did mean it when I said part of me is a little bit, mad that Reaver gets to put a ring on the person he cares about before I get to. And I just told Feather that I loved him during that fight, and he's about to leave me. Reaver's strong. Reaver can do insane amounts of killing with just a flick of a weird sword and some sparkly bits coming out of him. Reaver can basically die and then put himself back together. Reaver can... And you get this read off of Luce that it's not a jealousy out of ill intent. But it's at the same time not hero worship or envy. If jealousy could be described as a building feeling of platonic longing, that is what Luce is feeling as she's talking about all of these things that Reaver can do, that she's seen him do. Reaver's just got this like weird bit of him that there's a leadership aspect of it. I ain't a leader. I don't want to fucking lead anybody into anything. I'm magically stupid and I can do fights and shit. I'm a very physical person. But I defer to him a lot just because it's one of those things of he seems to be more experienced at this than I was. And we're growing together, but I do feel like he's growing faster than me in some aspects. And he kind of keeps it together a little bit better than I do sometimes.
Echo will laugh.
Is it the...
It is a full, genuine... It is everywhere. It is probably in this hallway. Laugh. It is not the giggling, it is laughter.
Mm-hmm.
And Echo, once they've gathered themselves back again, they're gonna go, no, he doesn't.
No.
He is... No. No.
Well, it's just the way that I see him. I mean, I'm gonna see him differently than you do because I'm not you. I don't see without seeing. It seems like, and I just that's what that is. It's not me being envious. It's not me thinking that Reverb ain't nothing to, put up on a pedestal. Like, he ain't gonna be the next Atlan, that's for damn sure. But it's one of those things of like, I don't know, like he's family, and you always kind of, at least in my case, like I always wanted family. Now I got it. I got it in a really fucking weird way, and then motions around the room. But he's been there, and I think part of me is just jealous that he got to live a whole life before he was down here. Now he gets a second one. And he found you, who he cares about, if you couldn't tell. And he gets to keep you. You guys get to stay together. You literally get to be inside him and be protected by him.
There's a very clear Echo's gotten prickly as Luce has continued down that line of talking. It's gone from the kind of like relaxed but still, being able to get towards the door, towards the like their tense hackles are almost literally raised. They're pushing themselves up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
As that's gone on. And there's a very quick response of he doesn't get to keep us. He doesn't need to protect us. Are we understood?
Yes, but I think he wants to. It's kind of what happens whenever you care about somebody.
We're monsters. It's
And?
It's
And? But yeah, I basically, like, not to be sappy and all that fucking shit, he gets to do all this by just being himself, what he is currently. I can't do that with Feather if he's not here. If he's fucking leaving, I got nothing to show for it when he's gone. That any of this was real, that any of this happened. And that's fine, that's normal. But something happens to him while he's away, I can't protect him. I can protect Marisol, but like even with that, if something happens in a fight, my weird fucking shield goes off, Marisol can get caught in the crossfire. Almost happened once when we fought another fucking mummy, which is like just a lot. That was a very bad, not good day, to be perfectly fucking honest. But that's what that is, to answer your question. Perfectly, candidly, as much as I can be intelligently honest, which ain't much, I'm trying. That's how I see it. I don't think you need protection. You're fucking terrified.
we do our best.
You are the best at it.
We better be. But outside of that, we're not seeing the problem. We're not. We understand what you're saying. We understand what you're saying with Feather. What do you want?
Heck, fuck if I know. I'd let people stop leaving. That'd be nice.
That's what you want.
That's the baseline. I think that's kind of always been there. I think it's also like I want to be able to kill things better. They're trying to threaten people I care about. Think. But also it's kind of like I don't know. There's a lot of wants, but I don't usually look at what I want. I look at what I need more than anything.
Do you have what you need?
Mostly.
What don't
Get
you
by.
have?
I don't think I know yet. I think that's why I look at history and all that nonsense so much. Trying to see if I can find maybe what somebody else needed or had that gave them an advantage or gave them that moment of that. I learn best by watching others. It's part of the reason why I ask people to dance, because then I can learn how to help them in a fight. I think that's why Reaver and I work so well sometimes. I'd love to dance with you sometime. I think it could be fun. You know, when you're not going through it.
Echo would be fine dancing as they are, but Echo has 2 suggestions.
I think Reaver might kill me where I stand in one hit if I attempted anything that might potentially cause you pain.
Reaver doesn't get the final say in it.
True, but Reaver's also a stack of bric-a-brac with a lot of opinions.
And we can eat him.
Yeah.
Not that we want to. Yeah. It's very much so a moment of after they say not that we want to, they do that thing where if you've seen the Avatar movies, like the blue people, and they're upset and they do the type thing, that's exactly what Echo does. Like full teeth out. We have 2 suggestions. We're not good at this side of things, but 1. You are you. You are no one else. You are no one who has existed. That's entirely the purpose of you being here. So what you need, at a baseline, is survival. Everything outside of that is in some way, shape, or form going to be a want.
Yeah.
If you are surviving, go after your wants. Don't base those off of others. Because then you'll be them.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be nobody but me.
No.
That's... ugh.
You'll always be inferior that way.
And that's the thing, too. I don't need to be the best. It's not what I need at all. I think it's more of a... Like, you're right, first off, on that. So I appreciate you coming to talk to me. Is there anything else you had a question about?
The second thing Echo is going to suggest... it's like the... tread carefully.
Mhm.
We should fight. Not right now, but we should fight.
All right.
You want to be better at killing things. Do you have particular things in mind or a particular way to do that?
I think I want to be better at knowing where to hit on something to cause the most damage, which differs depending on what the fuck you're fighting. But because if I can do that at least, then somebody else can probably catch it off guard and actually finish it off. I don't care about finishing now. I did before. I used to keep count. Now it's just doesn't seem like it matters as much because it's not as fun as it used to be. But I think it's more so about finding what the best way for me to kill something is. Something that only I can do, to follow up on your first suggestion.
And we can work through that.
Yeah.
I think it will be beneficial for you to be able to fight with something that can regrow things.
I would like to not take off parts of your limbs, please and thank you.
That's what they're there for. To be removed, to be replaced. You have no idea how many iterations we've already gone through.
I do not. I do not, and I feel like I'm going to learn one day.
Oh, we don't know either.
Oh.
But the point is, you want to learn how to kill things in a way only you can do. Will be great practice for that. Because eventually we won't hold back. And if you can down us, in your way, there you have it.
I have one request if we do this. If you bite me, I want to know what the fuck I taste like.
Deal.
I'm just going to put out a hand.
I'll hold out a hand. If we bite you, we also might remove a limb.
That's fine, Marisol. I'll probably put it back.
And Echo will actively get up. And we'll head towards the door before kind of turning back, and we'll go. Also, in the things you need and the things you want, you don't need to be passive about them happening. If something leaving isn't what you need or want, make it known.
Oh, I will. Oh, I will.
You better.
If I don't,
go
you can bite me.
We might anyway. We'll find out.
We'll find out.
And Echo, still on 3 hit points, is going to leave the room. And that is all Echo has.
Okay.
Sorry it took so long.
No, not at all, not at all. I guess from there, the natural step is to go to Luce. Luce, is there anything that you would like to do?
No, I'm gonna go grab the lich.
I'm gonna
Quite
go
literally.
get the lich.
Quite literally, she's gonna go to where Feather is, not say a damn word, and just fucking fireman's carry that man.
Okay.
And take him into that room.
Godspeed,
Okay.
Spider-Man.
Let me make a roll, please.
Please.
Okay, cool. So as you grab him and like an over the shoulder, he's not even fake. He still goes on reading the book in his hand, as if this is like he expects this kind of thing from now on. To those who say that they want the muscle mummy, this is what happens when you get the muscle mummy. You just get carried places. And as you're carrying it, we just kind of like. Do you take him to the room that you have chosen? Okay. And you go in, you put him down. Do you close the door, or is the door open?
Closed door.
Closed door. You put him down, and he goes, well, for one, thank you for making sure I didn't have to travel here by myself. Now, is there anything you want to talk about before I start talking?
I don't want to have this conversation out loud. Can we do the weird mind shit again?
And he nods. He will extend the telepathic communication with you, and you are talking in your head.
Oh, thank fuck.
And you'll say it again. Is there anything you want to say before I start talking?
Do you actually love me? Or did you just say, because I said, in the heat of battle?
He's gonna frown, and he's like, I'm very, very sure. That's a ridiculous statement to make. Yes, I do. Why?
Because I told you that I loved you, and now we're about to have this whole conversation that feels like we're about to break up.
He actually instinctively speaks this bit out loud, almost in like a mode of panic, where he's like, "Listen, I'm not breaking up with you.
Okay.
I hope you understand that I hold my intelligence as a key part of who I am. And I don't make stupid decisions. I make decisions that may appear stupid, but there's always a reason, there's always a logic behind them. There is no logic behind that action. I wanted to speak to you. And he will frown again, this in a kind of more joking sense, and be like, not about ending our relationship, but about doing something that would potentially bring us to an equal standing.
Are we not already?
Well, in several cases, you are far superior to me. That is no question. But there is one glaring part where I stand far above you, and that is life expectancy.
That's normal.
But it's not. Not for what I want now.
So then, I don't know, we do it the other way, where we figure out a way to, I don't know, like, it doesn't have to be even playing fields. We don't need to be at the same level on something. Like, I think that's kind of just how it is. I mean, I don't care. I don't mind.
This is one of those moments where I'm doing that thing where I don't explain myself very well. Luce, I am not prepared to live in a world that does not have you. So, there are two options available. One, we seek a way to extend your lifespan to an immortal state alongside myself, or, and he's going to take a book and he's going to set the book down in front of you. Or I need your help.
I mean, one of those options is pretty simple. In that, when I die, I just come back like a rebirth.
That's not immortality. Eventually, you will stagnate.
All right.
There are many, many paths that can be pursued that will open up to a level of immortality. Sadly, for someone like myself who is arcanely gifted, there was only really one path. Multiple lie before you, but all of them require dedication, sacrifice, and a whole host of other things. But the option here is, rather than the addition of lifespan, the removal of it. By my calculations, at the age that I was when I achieved my immortality, I would have roughly the same life expectancy left as you do.
Iblis is doing math. I think Feather sees the gif of like the geometry meme.
The flowing chart is just melding over the face.
Alright, that's weird, but okay.
If immortality is not something that you wish, then I wish to be mortal.
I wish to keep you as long as possible.
I know of two ways incredibly, I say simply, but they're not entirely simple, that someone can become immortal. Both of them lie open to you, but I also know that it's not my place to ask someone to change just for me. So I am willing, and I say that with full meaning of the term. I am incredibly willing to give up my immortality, to give up being this. But when I do that, I'm scared I won't be as useful.
You don't have to be useful, you just have to be you.
I won't be as powerful.
As long as you're still you. And like you said, I got skills that you don't. You got skills I don't. It's like Moradon said, and you notice, Feather will notice that in her head, she doesn't call him any kind of parental figure. It's just Moradon.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds flat. It's like Moradon said, it's like you find somebody who complements the other part of you. You're intelligent. You're magical. You're not magically stupid like I am. And I mean that in the most affectionate way to myself. So I'm damn proud of it. But like, and I'm more smack somebody with a sharp side of an object or a shield kind of person. So like, I'm a little bit harder to hit. We complement each other well. But that logic will always be perfectly fine. We'll be happy as long as we decide to be happy. You don't have to be useful, Celia. You don't have to be useful, Feather. I love Celia and Feather the way that you are. Even when your eyes do all that weird shit. You look a little bit different. Still love you. I want to keep you. I don't want you to leave. If you're not here, I can't protect you. If you leave, I have nothing left. But what I know we have. And then, what happens if you don't come back? Do you consider that maybe I don't want to live without you? In the sense of, like, if something happens to you and I don't know about it until one day I do find out that would shatter my entire heart?
Then
I had to run away from what I loved before. I don't want what I love to have to walk away from me. Because they feel like they have to do something for me. If you want to do this, you have to do it for yourself.
But I also have to take into consideration what the person that I want to spend the rest of my life with wants. So I see what others have. I see what their lives are like, and I see the families that they raise, and I see that the lives they build together, and I wonder how that would look for people to look at you and what they would think of you for being with someone like me.
I mean, if they think badly and they say as much because they're an idiot, I can just smack him. It's fine.
So then,
Sometimes a family is a fighter, a lich, a wreckborn, and a monster. With some sharp, pointed teeth. Weird things inside their mouth.
so then you don't mind if things stay the way they are.
I would be perfectly happy.
But then what about when you get to a point where you what about when you go? What about when you pass that salt veil? What about
I'm
then?
pretty stubborn, maybe I just won't. Moradon said that Sarah cheats. You said there's two options. At least on my end. Who knows?
There's two that I know of. I don't know how they work underwater though. One option is, I don't know what the word for it under here would be, but on the surface we called it vampirism. But that's also not a great option. The other one is, I have heard of people powerful in certain magics that have been able to just cease aging.
Do I just need to go talk to my weird friendly cousins on the surface and figure that one out?
I believe, if I remember correctly, the rumours that I've heard, I believe actually that your eldest cousin is actually functionally immortal.
That's weird. That's weird that I have an eldest cousin. Not that he's functionally immortal, just that it's weird that he's my eldest cousin. Anyways, but I mean, like, yeah, we can just take a field trip up, have a family vacation, and talk to some friendly tree lovers, whatever the fuck a tree is.
Another thing that you have in common with your cousin is that I believe his wife-to-be is a winter elf.
Is it running the family?
Perhaps. It would be interesting to see. Perhaps there is some latent link there. Who knows?
I'll ask about it eventually to somebody who might know more.
So I'm clear. I came into this intending to either begin pursuing ways to make you immortal, or begin looking at ways that I can rid myself of my immortality. But you are fine with this being the way it is.
Yeah, of course I am. I wouldn't love you if I wasn't. I am perfectly aware of what my lifespan probably will be. I'm also perfectly aware I run into danger shield first with this fucking thing and holds up tooth. Like, there's a weird fucking sword somewhere in this estate that apparently I would inherit. I don't fucking know. That's a whole thing. That, like, only people who have the same blood as me can fucking open that shit up. But, like, I'm perfectly aware of the way the world is. And that Adelaide's my fucking grandfather. Granduncle. relative, ancestor. We're just gonna go with the word ancestor. That's simpler. Um, I'm perfectly aware of all this. This is just knowledge and fact. I wrote all this down. I'm candidly aware of it. And Luce literally holds up, like, puts down tooth and holds up the, like, cartographer's, like, case that the map journal thing is in. It's like, I'm perfectly fucking crystal clear in the dark about this shit. If you are conflicted by this, I will put this to you. We can race for it. Either you find a way to do your side of the plan of you wanting to not be immortal anymore, or I find a way to make myself immortal. Because you said you needed my help on your plan, and I'm going to obviously need your help with yours. So we can help each other in race. If that will put you at ease in some kind of way, and we can leave it to fate.
He's going to put his hand out with the book. And then he's going to cast Disintegrate.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll just wave his hand and let the particles of this book, which is now reduced into dust, dissipate through the water. And then he'll smile. And he'll say to you, then we leave it to fate. I know what I've read. I know where it is. If it comes up, then I know. If it doesn't, then I continue as I am.
Perfect.
I'm always better talking about things that are logical in nature rather than emotional. And I don't think I've actually said it properly before. So, in accordance with your earlier question, Luce, I very much do love you. And not that I want to seem overly emotional and such, nor delve into the touchy-feely stuff as you've said it before. But it's not just you that feels the need to protect. If anything hurts you, I will turn it inside out. I mean that literally. I will put its insides on its outside. And I will keep it conscious to experience every moment of it turning itself inside out.
You were so interesting.
It's worrying to me that you think that, but also incredibly gratifying.
I mean, thank you.
I would also like to tell you that I wholeheartedly intend on marrying you one day. I hope you are aware of that.
I'm already trying to find a fucking megalodon to shove a ring up inside that I can kill in a spectacular fashion, roast you with. So, you know, like,
As long as we're
you never know.
As long as we're aware that this is on the table and we're both actively pursuing impressive ways to do it.
Yes. I do have a question, though.
Oh. Is it happening already? Because I wasn't prepared for this at all.
No, I'm dirt broke, and I don't have a ring for you yet.
He's going to gesture around the building. I don't think you're broke.
This ain't mine!
So I must have imagined a sentence earlier on where your father said this is your house.
Moradon's fucking crazy. He does weird brain shit. Probably stab someone with his brain.
What's
He's
your
probably
question?
fucking crazy. What is your most comfortable memory Like just a memory where you felt completely and utterly comfortable.
That's easy, but I feel like I might break my promise that I made earlier on about not being overly touchy-feely.
Fuck it.
When I died and went into my phylactery, and after a couple of days of dealing with me, Reaver threw me at you and said, "Take it, I can't deal with him anymore."
Huh.
You were incredibly easy and calming to talk to. There's not a lot to do inside a phylactery.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Alright.
Why? Are you conducting some strange ritual using my memories?
No. I don't think I could do one. I did one on accident and I talked to a god who I think was just too calm for me to upset or annoy once, but that's about as close to a ritual as I've ever got.
Okay.
So I don't know anything about rituals with memories. I was just asking because I was genuinely curious.
I have a question
I
I would
am a-
like to ask you, but I would like to ask you in the morning.
Are we doing this already?
I'm not proposing to you, if that's what you mean.
Okay, good. That might be awkward. I think my daddy still wants to kill you. And that time she does call him that.
He will take note of that.
I don't think it's. I think it's in the way of like. I thought you were gonna make me cry, and I wanted to safeguard your life, but also safeguard his, because I don't want anybody fighting him. Because if he dies in front of me, I might be very upset. And then I think my mama's gonna be very upset, and she's scary. I think that's what fathers are supposed to do, though. I think they're supposed to want to kill their daughters, lovers.
I have no idea. I know who my parents are, but we don't speak as child and parent. Winter elves are very strange.
I'm very strange, so we apparently match. No, that's fine. You can ask me in the morning. I want to double check. So the feelings I got for Marisol, those are okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I completely
I
understand them too.
She's kind of really neat.
She really is. She's incredibly impressive.
She's kind of really neat.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to approach her.
I'm just gonna dance with her and spend time with her and maybe have a normal conversation without people almost dying. Once
I
eventually.
can't dance with her, but do you think she would like to go to a library?
She might. We went to one in Razor Citadel.
Perhaps I will ask.
I'm just gonna kiss him.
He will actively kiss back. He is.
Yes.
And then he will, as he kisses, he will kind of step back, look you over, and then say, "Now you need to sleep."
Well, you need to pick a weird subject that you're going to talk to me about while I sleep. That's
I've
routine
been
now.
thinking a lot about single-celled organisms.
All right, we're doing this. She's going to lay on his lap.
And he goes off on a tangential talk about single-celled organisms and how.
Science.
Science talk. I'm not going to launch into it because, quite honestly, single-celled organisms are the most boring part of animal biology. But,
I mean, hey, did you know? Speaking of single-celled organisms, did you know that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell?
I had a yes, yes. Speaking of single-celled organisms, Tom's brain is currently firing off on all cylinders right now. So, talk about your single brain cell. Yeah.
It's currently being held by someone else in a cage.
Is there
I have
anything?
one.
Oh, something you want to do?
I have one more thing for Feather, but it's a question for you. Does Feather keep up the telepathy while she's falling asleep?
I'd say at this point, certain things were said and certain relationship levels were reached. Feather liked this. Were reached in this conversation. That I would say I was going to say something along these lines anyway. As long as you're within 15 feet of Feather, there's always a kind of like baseline telepathic communication. So yeah, I'd say so.
Awesome. So Feather gets this, like, as Luce is trying to listen,
Mm-hmm.
and she starts drifting off. His hands are anywhere near her tentacles. They do wrap around and clank one.
Of course.
This is mine now. But Feather will get a kind of like lucid dreaming moment of a visage of a figure that's shorter than Reaver, but comes up to about Reaver's probably shoulders,
Mm-hmm.
as tall as he is now as a Recborn. That is the same green shade and shadow that the Lich's eyes are, but it's made of coral and kelp and all of these kind of more like, not really bric-a-brac, it's kind of this all of these things, with a couple of pieces of ruins in them, and it's basically laying around what Feather can now recognize as a younger form of Melusine, who was a child.
Okay.
So Feather, in that moment, gets a very visual representation of what the name Luce is, because it's still that balancing act of Luce and Melusine,
Okay.
and kind of has now that insight of the protection, but also the still being able to see it. But the little like image of Melusine is playing with Feather's phylactery that now has the charm bit token
Mm-hmm.
that is the necklace that Luce had given him, but they're on the same strand. And she's just tapping it.
Okay.
That's what she thinks of as she dreams before she goes off into sleep mode.
On that image, is there anything that any of the other party members would like to do before taking their actual rest? Okay. Then the party can delve off into sleep, and my players can delve off into a 15-minute break. When we come back, there's going to be some fun. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we will see you in 15 minutes after our break. Hello there, folks. Welcome back to part 2 of our little session of Fathoms Below. Now, when we left off, our party just went to sleep, and I am proud to announce that you guys can all take the effects of your level up as of now.
Woo! Yay!
Whoop,
Passive perception and insights now at 23.
Multi-class.
Hide shit from me, motherfuckers.
I'll
Damn.
try.
No. Not smart enough to.
I'm dumb enough to try.
I'm not smart enough to do it. I'm dumb enough to try. Oh man. If that's not the motto of this entire party, I don't know what is. Like, we're not smart enough to do it, but we're definitely dumb enough to try. T-shirt. So. You all sleep absolutely fine, don't worry.
Hunk shoot.
Thank God.
It's actually it's so to reiterate to you guys on a player level, to remind you, this is the first time in a fair wee while where you guys have had a properly protected, sheltered rest. So there's definitely a whole level of wow, that's a good rest. And because of that, to acknowledge that, I'm going to give each of you a DM inspiration. So you guys have a D10 that can be added to any roll. Now that can be, and when I say any roll, I mean any roll. Damage, saving throw, skill check, whatever. It's just an extra D10 that you guys can add on whenever you want to. And that's to instill into you guys that this is, for the first time in a good while, you guys get a properly uninterrupted, safe and good long rest.
I don't trust it.
Well, it already happened. It's over. You don't have to trust it.
I won't look a gift horse in the mouth.
I mean, yeah.
Horse teeth are weird.
Horse teeth are weird.
Nice.
Cow teeth are weirder.
Teeth are weird.
Cow teeth.
I won't look a gift cow in the mouth.
I will never look a gift cow in the mouth. So, upon waking, what would you guys like to do?
Well, now that I have it prepared, I'm gonna go remove a curse.
Okay. So, Marisol, we'll go from you then. You wake up and immediately you go out the room.
Yep.
And you go towards Echo's room. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. You go to Echo's room. Knock, knock, knock. Echo. You would hear the knocking at your door.
I'm assuming. Honestly, I'd say I'm torn. So we leave it up to the GM to however you want to do this. It's a 50-50 shot. Either Echo would have slept terribly last night because of feeling vulnerable and all that, even if they're in a safe space, it's still an unfamiliar space.
Yeah.
They're injured, low in health, etc. Or because they were so injured and because it was an enclosed space. And to my knowledge, Reaver was there.
Yes.
Because Reaver was there and again they were injured. They slept through the full time rather than intermittently.
So
I don't know which it would be.
I would say, and so I am incredibly leaning towards the first, except for one thing. You're not able to regain hit points, which means your body's not able to regenerate and rest the way it does, which means it's probably at one point during the night you just passed out, full on exhaustion. So, but then again, that also is something for you to then look at, because that's less your body passing out and you not getting the rest. That's more of your body going, yeah, the 15-minute naps ain't gonna fucking cut it out. You go! So you could look at that as them waking up and being a bit more at ease, not in as much pain, or you could look at it as being like, oh my god, I've been asleep for so fucking long. You could realistically, with that thing, you could go either way. You could go, oh, that was quite beneficial, or you could go, shit, panic, what the fuck. So that's completely up to you. But I would say if you're putting it in the DM's hands, I'm going to say at some point, you pass the fuck out. Like, fatigue just takes you.
Gotcha. So it's probably like, for the first half, they try to do their like 15-minute things, and then it's just, they're fucking gone. Which I'm sure isn't freaky at all to anyone else.
It's like you're 15 minutes and then you jump out of it, and then like within 10 minutes you dip again, but you dip for like 17 minutes, and then it's 20, and then it's 28, and then eventually it's just you go down and you just don't wake the fuck up until you actually sleep.
So I'll flavor it when like Marisol knocks. That's the jolt that has Echo springing awake, and when they spring awake, it is just immediate combat mode. They're not doing well, but god damn it, it's that cat you've just woken up and they're not happy.
Hell yeah.
They are like hissing, spitting, the fucking hackles are up. And then they take stock of their surroundings for a second. Just and they slightly chill. But they're still very much so that unease, because I'm assuming they're able to tell that more time has passed.
Yeah.
And they'll kind of look towards Reaver, and they'll look back towards the door. And the voice is now doing the echoing thing, including out like into the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
Marisol.
Echoes. Go down further. And they'll look to Reaver and they'll... Are you alright with me coming in?
There's very much a wording of like, they are dealing with what you just emotionally loaded into them. And you will hear like the sort of like dink of basically the blade being put down, because they were just like in their existing mode, and then fear and fight, and they've just got ready to go. But they can also sense that it was Marisol coming into the like, what is this overload?
Gotcha. They will
want me to go.
I'll kind of shrug, and we don't see any reason for you to, but you can.
I will walk over, open the door, and then walk right back to beside Echo.
Okay.
Hello. I am here to remove the mummy curse.
Echo will sit up and will like move towards like the edge of the bed, where closer to where Marisol like the door is. And they will sit and will kind of just hold their arms out like this, in a way of like, all right. We don't know how this works. We're here.
Right. And I will cast Remove Curse, which... Let me double check. If that's words or...
At your...
Yeah, verbal.
Yeah, so it's verbal and semantic.
Okay.
So
then I will. You go ahead.
no. By all means, you go.
So it says verbal and semantic, but the description says at your touch, all curses affecting one creature or object end. So I'm gonna just pat Echo on the head.
Okay.
Oh.
And I'm not going to be a dick about it, okay? So as you pat Echo on the head, some of the organs that had started to get that kind of creep of the black over them, the black recedes. Before I go into the rest of that, Marisol, what does your remove curse look like? Paint me a word picture.
Honestly, I feel like it's not near as grand as some of Marisol's other spells. I feel like it would be like literally dusting the curse off. Like off like a little antique or something, just pat, little dust cloud flies out.
Okay.
And suddenly you're clean of curse.
So there's no massive crack of thunder, there's no bright flashing light, it's just a very, very gentle... You're saying like dusting. So when you're saying like dusting, do you mean literally as if it's like you can see it being like away, as if it's being pushed away wave after wave after wave?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, cool. I like that. That's quite thematic.
Mm-hmm.
So the black recedes off of those organs that was being, in the beginning stages of being touched by it. And I will give you the benefits of a long rest off that. So you'll get your full hit points back as this happens. Not only that, the stitching on these new spines you had that wouldn't have been able to completely heal properly because of, not being able to regain hit points. The swelling and the obvious tightness and redness of the skin immediately, it's as if it has fully healed. The swelling goes down and they become firm and in place. So yeah, and you don't need to cast it multiple times because remove curse specifically says in one casting it removes all curses. So all 3 stacks of mummy rot are gone. And because this happened before 24 hours, your hit points don't need to deteriorate. So you can put your hit points back up to maximum.
There is... As this spell is cast, there is such an audible sigh of relief, and the full body just relaxes. There's so much tension that was being held that is just finally let go.
This is everything. This is taking off the bra, taking off the shoes and socks, untying the ponytail. This is all of it in one fell swoop. Like,
ugh.
There is a
the
brief
top
moment.
Shirt collar button.
There's a brief moment where it feels like such a relief that Echo actually leans forward and leans their body against Marisol. And just exists for a moment, not in pain. Just so nice. Before they do, after a few moments pass, because they do stay there a few moments, they pull back. And with a smile that you can tell it's an actual smile because it's fucking freaky and it goes all the way back. Thank you.
Of course. I'm going to keep that one prepared more often, because it seems to be a reoccurring issue.
Right side. We now know it works.
That is true.
They'll take out a moment to enjoy being relaxed while they kind of shake it out to get back to their baseline. And they'll actually take a moment to look over towards Reaver. And will ask, with the pain gone, do you feel better?
That's what I was about to ask. So this bond between you, is that still active?
It never will not be.
Okay, so
The shell is bonded into my plating.
Mhm.
So I will, everything that Echo feels, I feel. Hence they're like, hey, these things are happening. Like, cool, shut the thing up so it doesn't scream because it's me
so
as
then
well.
in that case, Reaver, like, yeah, you would feel the most amazing sense of relief. Like, I guess
I rolled to not fall. When you were like, oh, I'm going to lean him out, so I was like, I rolled like, am I just going to just fall?
have you have you ever had something like stuck in your gum and it's there and you're trying to get it out all day, and all you're doing is like pushing in deep, wiggling about, and then like you find a pair of tweezers and it's just that you take it out, it's like your whole face just goes wah. It's like that. You feel it all over your entire body, Reaver, just that complete sensation of release. Anything you'd like to do with it, Reaver?
Just trying to think how to word it. There's that moment, but it very much goes back to a different thing, or there's something else still on Reaver's mind.
Okay.
That he's not hiding. He's not going to, because he won't hide it, but there's still something on Reaver's mind.
Okay.
It's no, I'm just letting everyone know. Like, I'm not saying what it is, but it's basically two things. It'll be one, it's the whole luck shit of who the fuck's this guy, and he doesn't know yet, but he's expecting Feather to be gone and is ready to deal with Loose.
Yep, that's fair.
My idiot lacks critical information.
Are you alright over there, Reaver?
Yeah. Where's... Are you good? Wait. They're just gonna then look down as like... Obviously they look into Alex, they'll look at like, the shell because they can tell Echo feels good.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still that... They'll then take, again, for the first time, like an active note on the spines, rather than just existing in the pain. They go, okay. Yeah, where's Loose?
I don't believe she is up yet.
Okay. That's it. Just back to like the internal monologue thinking.
Okay.
Alright.
What were you going to say?
Alright, well, I guess I'll let you two go. And then I'll leave the room and go back to bed. Because now Marisol can actually sleep.
It's the second nap after you've woken up and done the thing that you need to do. And I like, cool, I can actually like chill. I get it. I did it this morning.
It's the nap after the stress nap to try and make yourself calm down.
Yep.
Everybody's alive. Everybody's good. Okay, cool. I'm actually going to sleep now, guys. Goodbye. Okay. Right. So, on that, I think that honestly the logical step to go from there is to go to Reaver and Echo. When Marisol leaves, you guys, like, this massive sense of tension built from the both of you because, well, not built from the both of you, felt by the both of you, is now gone. Echo, you're at complete physical fitness again. Reaver, you've no longer got this giant leaden weight inside you anymore. What are you guys wanting to do?
A lot of what Echo is doing is now that they're not debilitated anymore, is they're checking their range of motion, they're checking their speed, they're making sure that they're not still lethargic, they're making sure that they're in the best fighting and fleeing condition that they can be. Making sure those spines still function, especially now after having, like, solidified in their back. That sort of thing.
Okay. When I say everything is functioning perfectly, everything is functioning perfectly. You, like, when this remove curse is done, like, you know, like you had like a bad shoulder, now it's your good shoulder. Like, it's oddly effective.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Does that then mean, so usually because their wild shape is not painless, usually they have this dull ache from it, just from it being used over and over and over again. Is that gone at the moment? Like, for the moment? Or is that still there?
I would say that's something you would have to experiment. But the
No,
dull...
no. Not the pain when wild shaping, because that's still going to be a thing.
Right.
Just the dull ache that's left over in their body constantly from it being a thing.
Like of their body always being in a form of trauma.
Correct. Essentially.
I guess what I would say then is, because that's very much a character decision, that's something that you would decide. But it is something that I would allow based on the circumstances if you wanted to do that. The pain of the wild shape, I was about to say, I would say that's still going to be there based purely on the backstory stuff. But the dull ache that's always there, I would put that up to you. But I could definitely, if you were to say, yeah, I want that to be a thing, situations that have led to this moment can definitely account for that. So that's a character choice if you want to take that.
I feel like because of everything else that's been said that's been, like, removed or taken away or what, I feel like that's not currently a thing. I feel like it's going to build back up once the wild shape and stuff starts happening again.
Perhaps.
But I feel like for this moment...
Echo is at, like, brand new.
Baseline.
Brand new point.
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
Sorry, face. Cool. Awesome. That's all.
Okay.
They're getting used to the... I'm not in constant pain. Yes.
Reaver, what about you?
Is there any sort of cloth or box in this room?
Yes, there is. Each of the rooms comes like a place to store jewellery, so like one of those jewellery boxes that you open it up and it's like, it opens up like multi-tiered.
Okay.
There's...
I will take one of those
Okay,
and empty it if it has anything in it.
It doesn't. They're left empty for guests to fill them in case they're coming for like an event or such.
I'm going to shove the luckstone in it and close it.
You put the luckstone in, you close it over.
It's then going in me.
Okay.
I'm not attuning to it. I'm not. Basically, no
I
one's
was
getting
about
to it.
to say. Okay.
No one's getting to it because I'm going to get fucking rid of it.
Okay, cool. You put the luckstone in you. Anything else for you two that you would like to do?
I'm going to try and insight Echo. This will go swimmingly.
I mean, if you guys are linked to the point where you feel each other, like, do you get? Is it just physical things that you feel, or is it you feel like emotions?
Emotions, everything.
The fuck are you inciting?
How you are feeling about Reaver. Because Reaver's going to say, are we good?
Interesting.
Emotional intrigue.
I will do my best to roll deception.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to be up to Brown if that's a straight roll or if that's a disadvantage because of the link.
I don't think it would be disadvantage. I think he would get advantage to see through it.
Okay.
But I don't think you'd be going at disadvantage.
Cool.
Doesn't fucking matter. Roll a 3.
Cool. 14.
Sorry to say it, Echo. I think he knows that you're lying.
Just a little bit.
Just a wee tad.
What Echo's response though isn't a lie. That's the thing. It's because the question was, are we good?
Mm-hmm.
Echo's response is most likely. And what that insight
Mm-hmm.
gets Reaver is, one, there's very obviously things that they are not saying.
Mm-hmm.
Two, through that connection, Reaver felt the spike of confusion, of anxiety, of unease. And an underlying tone of affection to it. But Echo's being very standoffish. With the insight, even as Echo responds, and Echo responds a lot faster than I did, they straighten up, they stiffen up, and it's part of them kind of shifts towards the door. Very subtly. And that's the response.
I will look at the door, and they could probably absolutely insight this, but in my head I'm going to say guard. And I want our door guarded. So, and sort of like Marisol, you will basically see Groan go from your door to mine. And if anyone is going to get close, we'll growl.
Okay.
Echo, you can probably, with how you're sensitive, you can just tell that I've put Groan there because of how like you see the wall and stuff.
Hence.
But it's not looking inward; it's looking outwards.
Doesn't matter.
I know, it's more just like that.
Appreciate it. Yeah, very tense. That the competitiveness kicks up. That goes into an uptick.
You don't like it, do you?
Why would we?
He's just going to tap his chest, and it's very much pointing out like he's saying like he knows. It's not a challenge. You beat it.
No, we didn't.
It's just a part of me. Just a flesh version of my will.
There's a moment where there's that conflicted sensation where there's part of like partial relief in a way, but then also that competitiveness and the defensiveness also kicks up somehow simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to then feel that too. It goes, if you want to fight me, you can. And Archie's going to pull out. But I keep promises.
Hackles are raising again, and Echo's response to that, and it's, the feeling is offense. And Echo's response is, are you implying we don't?
No. I'm saying you don't need to see me as a threat. But if you want to settle this, we can. Just know if you kill me, you're alone.
The emotions that come from that are shock, confusion, fear, and the fear lasts for a while, and then it shifts into anger. And Echo takes on the main color of Viridian.
Mm-hmm.
And Echo doesn't really have words for Reaver or Archie anymore. At that point, it's just the intertwining like emotions of it. And they're going to dip out the door.
Okay.
If you'll hear it, I'm not done speaking. But if you want to leave, you can.
I'm gonna roll for that. Okay. Are you not gonna let me roll?
If you want to roll.
I know. It's
Oh, right,
not
you're talking
letting
to the
me.
computer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Feel free to use, like, dice if you have them there. Like, I'm cool with that.
Okay. They rolled well enough.
Okay.
They rolled a 27 total. They rolled well
Okay.
enough. They will stop with their hand like on the door handle, and their claws are going to dig into the door itself, but they will stop with the intention of listening.
I need to know how to make you feel safe but debilitated. In case that happens again. I need to help you keep your promise. And for you to do that for me, I'm then just going to literally take one of my arms and take it off. That's how you stop me. And then just Buzz Lightyear throw the arm down.
I'm Mrs. Nesbit.
Echo is so very clearly incredibly agitated. When Reaver like throws the arm down, there is a very, you know, when you throw something into like a fish tank and the fish immediately like turn to go after it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the immediate reaction. It's a very instinctual, very animalistic. It's been thrown down. Echo almost goes for it. But Echo does stop with that one end on the door, but now more so facing Reaver. Even if they are kind of lower to the ground, so like they're kind of in this position with that hand still up at the door. You're asking to know how to stop us from being able to attack.
If you can give me that, I'll take it to my grave. Just for the promises. I've told you how to do me in.
There is a very long pause, and it's unease, it's uncertainty, it's agitation, it's anger, it's frustration. Before Echo very quietly, very slowly goes, electricity. It'll make us stop.
I'm going to walk over to them, still the main arm that would hold the sword still on the floor, and kneel in front of them, and I'm going to whisper, if I have to choose between that and letting other people down, do you still want me to do it? Because my promise is to you.
Just don't let us break the promise.
Done.
Is that all?
Is the ring helping? Is it quieter?
It's at its usual.
I hope it helps you. When you want to tell me what you don't want to talk about, I'll listen. Though you clearly have issues with me right now. If you need to kill Groan. And I'm just going to walk over and pick up my arm and just snap it back in.
Anything to add?
Echo's dipping. That's it.
Okay. So Echo, you leave the room at that point.
Rowan will literally sing. Like a dog that's like, you know, like the dog's like, oh, I've done bad, and like buries its nose under.
Yeah. Okay. Reaver, anything that you would like to?
Not until I find Lewis, and then find out the other thing that's happening. or in this case, not happening. No, I'm good.
Okay. I want to go to Marisol. Marisol, you have had your
Hello.
long rest. You wake up, you feel fresh. You go, you do the remove curse, and then you leave. From the moment you leave Echo's room, what are you doing there? What are you doing from that point?
Besides taking an incredibly righteous nap, I'll probably head down to the kitchen. Hair still down, and start working on breakfast, I guess.
Okay. That's it for you? You're just
For
making
right now,
breakfast?
yes.
Okay. Could you
Yeah.
make me we'll call it another charisma check, please?
No, no. That is a 1. I almost burnt the house down.
Absolutely. Everything that could go wrong with the food goes wrong. Like, you oversalted things, like, things burned. Like, the runic plate actually turns itself off as if you should not be allowed to do this.
Fair. I go get Ariel instead.
Because I rolled for it to see if Ariel was sleeping in. I rolled a 1, so yeah, Ariel is still passed out, leaned up against the door.
Yeah, on a 1, Marisol, as you knock with a nat 1 Ariel, you don't even hear it. You just keep sleeping.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I'm in by the front door is where I was like.
Oh
up,
right,
so.
okay. So yeah, you just keep sleeping.
Mm-hmm. You probably see him.
Okay. And it's like, I guess I'll just go clean up.
Okay. With us knowing that Ariel is now like comatose, Ariel, we're going to come at you last on that one, and so we're going to go to Luce. So Luce, you wake up. You wake up to the sound of gentle snoring.
Okay. Okay. She's still laying in Feather's lap?
Yeah, Feather is asleep.
Okay. Just gonna look up and just be a little stunned by that. Very carefully trying to, like, remove herself from his lap. Trying not to wake the Lich up.
Okay.
Because this man needs sleep.
The moment that you're
She
out
will
of it,
stare at him.
the moment you what? Sorry, you what?
She's just gonna stare at him while he's asleep.
The moment you're out of his lap, his eyes just open.
Oh.
And he kind of looks around, and he sees you, and he kind of just smiles, and he's like, is it morning?
I'm assuming so. You know you were sleeping? Just let
Yeah.
me look at him.
I can sleep. I just don't have to.
I don't think I've ever seen you sleep.
Because
very interesting.
there's always been a reason to not sleep.
Oh. That makes sense. Was it good?
It was pretty great.
Good.
But now, do we breakfast? Do we stay here? Cause your father to hate me even more?
I don't think that's possible. I think he will probably tolerate it. He's got a lot to make up for, so I can probably bargain for him just fucking tolerating it for the sake of our relationship.
So what would you like to do?
I guess we go see what everybody else is up to. I need to talk to Reefer at some point. I think I might have said something wrong with Echo.
I think I'll also have to speak to Reaver at some point.
Alright, so breakfast, then Reaver?
Breakfast, then Reaver.
Breakfast, then Reaver. You also still have to ask Marisol to the library today. She just leaves.
I have to do it today. He just follows after you. As you get down to, we should go and see what everybody else is doing. Echo has now ran away from Reaver. Reaver's moping. Ariel's comatose. And Marisol's trying to burn the house down.
Is this the walking into a room holding pizza and everything's on fire scene?
Yes, 100%. Absolutely.
Yup.
But all you can see right now is Marisol cleaning up the remains of what was supposed to be breakfast.
Marisol?
I don't want to talk about it.
Do you want help?
Yes.
Okay. Just gonna go help her clean. Luce will hug her
Thank you.
from behind.
I'm not good with... Thank you. I am not good at everything.
That's alright. I'm not either. She is gonna, run her fingers through Marisol's hair, trying to be comforting. His feathers seem to enjoy that.
Marisol is confused, but very charmed by the sensation. It has been a very long time since someone has done that.
It's pretty.
Thank you. It's been a long time since I let it down, either.
You should more.
Feather will nod in agreement and say, "It really suits you."
Thank you. Might not be the most practical for combat, but I'll deal with that later. What do you?
We can find something for that.
True. Would either of you like to take a crack at breakfast?
It's been
I'm shit at cooking, but I'll try.
It's been a while since I cooked, but I can give it a shot.
Give the help action to Feather.
I forget, do people still salt food?
Yes?
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I'll make the roll for Feather. If you said you're giving him the help action, Liz?
In a salt ocean, when you're boiling
Yeah.
the water, would it not already get pre-salted?
Listen, okay, I thought up 90% of this shit, right? I homebrewed how people drink underwater, okay? Things are going to fall through the cracks. I didn't correlate how people
I'm
spice
just
their food.
asking.
Alright?
Just asking, and you gave me enough fucking trauma attacks from me, but I thought I could throw one back.
Don't come at me with how seasoning works underwater, okay? Be thankful I'm not making you guys eat Ritz crackers and having the water affect them, okay?
Hey, don't worry. I got you, bestie. I've thought about this.
I mean, whenever Feather said that, I'm like, is Feather British?
How fucking dare you? Because you know winter elves are based on Scottish people. How dare you call me British?
No. I know.
Lovely audience that are watching, just so you're all aware, I ain't fucking British. Okay? Thank you. Love you all. Now, that is a total of a 15. Not the highest, but the food is definitely edible and has a pleasant taste. It's not quite the comforting, warm food that goes, this makes me think of my childhood. But it's definitely that tastes pretty good. It's one of those ones. But yeah, most of it is done by him. Going I remember how to do this from a while back, and then press the digitation. There's a whole load of magic put into this shit. He can't do it by himself. But he makes something that is, palatable. It's along the lines of well, do you know what? He's based on Scotland, so it's probably along the lines of an oatmeal, or as we would call it, a porridge, but a savoury porridge. Because in Scotland, we salt porridge. We don't put sugar on it. We salt our porridge. So it's something along those lines. It's got a bit of a heat to it, bit of a spice kick to it, but he also does it with some cuts of some very 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 meaty hearty fish, that has been dried out into almost like a jerky, with that in it. He just pretty much puts whatever he can think of to make that's simple, and then goes. That way, you go into the fridge and you go, "What have I got?" And you end up eating pasta with chicken nuggets in it. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's like that. That's what he does. He will serve it out, and then he'll sit down, and he's gonna look at Luce, and the look is do I have to do it now, or can I do it at another point?
This is gonna just pick up a serving and just walk away, leaving the two of them alone. Leave it in Feather's hands.
I will roll for it. I do want to just point something out, that you guys have taken the fucking biscuit for this, right? Because not only have you guys turned this into a fucking dating sim, alright, which every other campaign has fucking done, you've turned it into a dating sim where you're actively trying to form, thruples by pairing off the NPCs. You guys have went beyond dating sim and went to The Sims.
That's how you play D&D, right?
But anyway,
Yeah.
that was an 18.
Yep.
But anyway, that was an 18 on the dice. So Feather is going to look at you, Marisol, and he's going to say, so how did you sleep?
Not terribly well. And then I went and I cured Echo's curse, and then I slept incredibly well.
So Echo is feeling better.
Yes, very much so.
That is good to know. I was worried. I genuinely thought there would be prolonged issues. So it's good to know that they'll be feeling better.
It is.
There was something that I was interested in asking you, if you're open to hearing. So I know you and Luce are close, and well, would you like to go to the library? If there is one, I don't know if there is one, but the library here, or something library adjacent or equivalent.
So is this what's going to happen? You two are going to just ask me out, take turns?
Logically, if I can see why it could be quite... would make a lot more sense to just do it together. I'm doing this wrong, aren't I?
Yeah, there's no right or wrong way to do it. But yes, I would love to. if he wanted to just go, or if he wanted to take Luce as well.
I was not prepared for options to be offered, so I am going to need to get back to you. But either way, we will attend the library. Or
Very
something
well.
library equivalent or adjacent. And then a look suddenly comes on his face as he realises that he's sitting there with the food and he's just like, oh, I can't leave. So he just kind of sits there and then is like, I don't know what to do now. I'm not good at this. Luce is definitely the charismatic one here. I am the one who has interesting facts.
Do you want to tell me an interesting fact?
Could I? I feel like that would be easier for everyone involved.
I would love that.
Okay, and he goes on to tell you, like, you know, like a tirade of interesting facts about underwater migrational phenomena. Like, so he talks about, like, you know, migrational patterns of animals and how they coincide with each other, and he gets like really into it, and then he starts going into a bit like cryptozoology, where, like, you know, a lot of people think that the bloop is actually the sound of an iceberg cracking, but if you compare it to the sound of whale song, it's actually got vocal receptors in it, so we believe the bloop is actually some kind of large-scale creature. You know, he goes down that rabbit hole. And he gets really into it. He's like, he actually kind of like really like loosens up because he's allowed to just like word vomit.
Amazing.
Sometimes the dice give you an epic conclusion to a great and powerful battle. Sometimes the dice just lets you have an NPC ask out someone. D&D, the world we live in. Okay, so the thruple ship has sailed. On that note, I'm going to say I want to go to Echo. So Echo, you're able to kind of enter in this. Now, I know that you left Reaver. Is there a particular location that you're going? Like I said, Ariel, you rolled a nat 1. I'm coming to you last, buddy. Sorry about that. You are comatose at the front door. The building is on fire, the roof has caved in, somehow Cthulhu is there, and you wake up and go, what the fuck did I miss? Echo, is there anywhere in particular you're going?
I mean, funny enough, the front door is where they're headed.
So you're swimming through all this. You swim through this main chamber to get to the front door. Is that still what you're wanting to do?
As cryptidly in the corner / top of the ceiling type shit as possible, yes.
So there's the most awkward ask-out that's ever happened in the history of anything, and then there's just something, like, Conjuring-style crawling across the ceiling. What the fuck is this? Okay,
This is your game.
Make me a stealth check. I'm going to say we're going based on passive perceptions here, folks. Ariel, I don't need to tell you this. Your passive perception at this moment in time is 0. Okay? You are asleep, bub.
That tracks.
So... I love the idea of Ariel just being like, night. What's your stealth check there, Selkie?
And that one, that shit.
Last session we had 9 nat 20s. In this session we have had 5 nat 1s.
Balance.
It has to balance out somewhere.
Mine was not a nat 1, it was a 2, and I have a -1 to charisma.
That's
Perfectly
not any
balanced, as all
better.
things should be.
I want you all to know what is running through my player and probably character very soon, Brain, is I was told by the god of luck, who fucking hates me right now, done when I said, buy me dinner first, and you just fucked up breakfast and everyone's rolling shit. This is actively in my head right now.
Okay, so that one, like, so you try to be like covert, and like in your mind it's like dun 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 dun. But what you don't realize is that, you know, like your claws make noise on the wall, on the wall as you just scrape this marble.
They're also feeling things, so they're this lava lamp of color, but it's mostly green. They're mostly just upset.
So you absolutely not stealthily at all make your way like a horrific sounding, like, what are they called, gramophone, where the needle keeps jumping on the vinyl. You make your way down to the front door, and Ariel's right in front of it.
Which way does the door open?
Out of the way. Oh wait, no, sorry, we're inside. In the way.
I think we know how Ariel was getting woken up.
Mm-hmm.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum.
I would like to lend an assist. Possibly. I was gonna have Luce prop like basically place the bowl of oatmeal on Ariel and kick his foot while she was walking away down the hallway.
And Echo is going to open this door. Echo is getting out of this house.
Okay. So, Echo, you're pulling on the door. Luce, are you waking Ariel up?
It's just bowl of oatmeal on lap, nudges foot with other foot, walks away.
On the loose note, nah.
Yeah. On the loose, if you're actively being woken, then you're being woken. There's no roll or anything against that.
Door.
Echo's just using their strength to open that fucking door. They're not, like, intentionally trying to smush Ariel or anything, but they really want out.
Okay, so Ariel, when you wake up, you're kind of being nudged with a door. Are you moving out of the way with the foot?
No. Not nudging. Echo is opening this door first try. Ariel might end up as collateral, but they're not trying to. Should I roll athletics? Or just, like, strength, just to, like...
Nah, I mean, it's opening
This
a door,
is a-
it's not...
What I would be-
twink.
What I'd be rolling for is to see if I smush him, not if the door opens. This door is going to open. I just need to know if I smush the twink in the process.
I love how you know your character's strength that much. No, the door is open. So the door is going to open. Okay, go for it. Roll athletics.
Listen, this person is 150 pounds sopping wet.
20. Not nat, but 20.
Okay, so on that note, I'm going to say that, yeah. The door opens on the first try. Although with such a high roll, athletics isn't all about just the raw strength. It's about the strength and the control of it. So I'd be like, I'm opening the door, but I'm doing it in a way of, like, I'm controlling how heavy the door opens. So it is quick, it is assertive, it is enough to get you outside, but you're also aware of your own size compared to Ariel. You don't need that much room to get out. So I would say on such a high roll, no matter what you rolled, you could have nat one it. The door was opening, but with this it is a controlled open. So you open it, you're able to get out, and Ariel is not squished against the wall.
Good.
I like to think that with that sudden vroom, Ariel is knocked forward, and this oatmeal just goes down the back of their head.
Absolutely.
Way to start the day for absolutely everyone.
The fuck is this? Oh, we're in a house. Just looking at Marisol loose and feathers like,
This is gone. Marisol and Feather.
okay. I guess I will follow Echo. Because that's a single one of us going. And it's Echo, so that's strange.
So you're following Echo.
Yeah.
Okay. Echo, are you hightailing it? Like, are you like, phew?
Echo's booking it. Not like sprint booking it, or anything like that. But it's very much so the, unfamiliar place, unfamiliar sensations, the agitation. They're like, cool, no confine, please.
So
Exists
you're darting off into a new place. Like, these streets are brand new. You've never seen them before. Before I get to Ariel's attempt to follow you, how does Echo react to dashing out into, one, brand new streets, two, they're populated. There are people here. Like,
Right, people exist.
yeah, that's. I mean, I think this is actually the first time you guys have been in a proper city with Echo. So,
The risk I took was calculated, but damn am I bad at math.
everybody's in the car. I just didn't bring the keys.
How many people?
So Deep Heart is the capital of Deep Elf Nation. They're fairly heavily populated.
Cool.
Nobody seems phased by you,
Oh,
but
well, bonus.
you're definitely, you dash out, whoa, 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 and then suddenly you're in, like, one side of the road they're swimming one way, one side of the road they're swimming the other way. You're kind of in the middle, like, people are doing it the whole, oh, sorry, excuse me.
I think there's the freeze moment of, like, recognition that happens of the, like, got it. And then, for this. This was not agenda for today.
Okay, so you're freezing in amongst that crowd.
At least at first, it is very much so the freeze response.
Okay, that's enough for me for now, just to get this.
Perfect.
Ariel, I need you to roll me, if you're trying to follow Echo, Echo said they were booking it. I'm taking that as dashing, which I believe...
I said no.
You said you're not booking it.
I said specifically not dashing. They are moving quickly, but they are not dashing.
Okay, so you're moving at your full speed, but you're not actively dashing. Okay, your full speed
Correct.
is 40 feet?
40.
40 feet. Ariel, your full movement is...
30.
Okay, so give... For the sake of brevity, give 18 seconds for them to get out. And you to kind of get up, look around, rate yourself, go, yeah, I'm going to follow them. Give that about 18 seconds. For the sake of a round up, we'll call it 20 seconds, but we'll call it 3 rounds. That means that Echo is 120 feet away the moment you get out the door.
And I will dash just to, like, get
Okay,
Get
so
to
you're
them
dashing to
fast.
try and catch up. Okay, so in that case, make me the survival check. I have a DC in my head. based on the fact that Echo is now currently in the middle of fairly high intensity mobility traffic and such. So
That's what we needed. 18.
18 is fine. Yeah, you can see Echo kind of in the middle of these groups of people moving, and they're just like frozen.
Okay. I'm gonna not come behind. I'm just going to like shift around so I am in front of him and he can see me, and just Echo. Hey, buddy. Is Echo still doing like the lava lampy thing? There's like tons of emotions.
We're chilling at we're lava lamping between Amber, Coral, and Viridia.
Okay. We're lava
That's-
lamping, so it's not one thing.
Yeah.
Echo. Look at me. Focus on me. It's okay.
Oh boy. Genuine question.
Uh-huh.
Can we go to literally anyone else for a moment? I have to sort some shit out in my head.
Of course we can.
Thank you.
With you guys both outside, I guess we go to Reaver.
Was mainly just thinking, waiting for the loose to appear moment. But now that I'm getting this information, I'm getting more lava lamp of just stress. I guess I'll walk out after they've... Yeah, after probably Echo's left, I'll start to walk out and have grown basically like start to follow. I imagine, Luce, you'll bump into me, and I'll then... Will I be able to see Feather still here?
The moment that you step into kind of like the main room, you see that Feather's still there. He's literally eating food and talking to Marisol.
Just gonna stop. Like, the deer just sees the headlights. That's what you can see, Luce. That's what I hand that over to you.
All right. Well, I'm gonna flavor this that she runs right the fuck into you. She wasn't paying attention to anything. She was going to go find you, and then you just fucking appear. She's flat on bumps into you and it's like, "Hello, Reaver." You okay?
Have you spoke to Feather yet?
Yeah, we talked last night.
How did that go?
How about you and I go find some place where things don't get broken if we have a conversation? You want to dance with me and talk?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a courtyard in this estate that is
Yes.
not accessible to the public?
It is, yes.
We're gonna go that way.
Okay.
Luce is gonna, while they're walking, just offer a hand to Groan. Just like, hi. Does he do anything?
Not really, no. Just kind of looks at it and looks at you with a... Remember, he knows everything that Reaver knows, so... You offer that as if like a way of identification. He's just...
The best description I give you now, if you want to go like by like dog breeds like that, Grown is currently acting like a whippet,
Okay. It's a weird dog.
ready to go at a moment's notice, but very anxiety.
Oh, you're just a weird little thing, ain't you? All right, come on, let's go. Maybe you got the zoomies. We're gonna go to the courtyard.
Selkie, you good?
Yeah. think I just got accidentally compared to a dog.
No.
I
Reach
compared
closer.
myself to the dog.
Okay.
So yes, we go to the courtyard. How big is this space?
Probably talking about 50-foot square.
All right, perfect. Luce is gonna walk out into the middle of it and just wait.
Is there a fountain or some sort of statue in the middle that's clearly going to get fucking shattered?
There is a statue. There is a statue in the middle.
Oh,
I knew it.
Statue in the middle is of a trident, just a trident in there with what is supposed to be sculpted from, again, like combinations of blue marble, lapis lazuli stone, water spiraling around it. It's also what can be seen on kind of a couple of different, things around the house. Assumably it's the coat of arms of the Glimmertide family.
huh. All right. Well, we try not to break that. It seems interesting. Raver, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Why is Celia still here?
Because we talked. We are currently in a competitive assisted race to figure out if either I'm going to become immortal or if Celia is going to shorten his lifespan to match mine. It's kind of how that went.
Right.
Yeah.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? She obviously looks confused by this question. Like, it's a very physical confusion.
What did Feather tell you? And you will notice that I'm swapping names.
I mean, Celia told me that he don't want to live in a world where I'm dead, and that me having a shorter lifespan than him, eventually dying, and he keeps living on, it's not really the life he wants. Mentioned something about there's like maybe 2 ways that I could potentially extend my lifespan, but then said that he would need my help to potentially, shorten his to more mortality's sake. We talked about it. There's something called vampirism, which just sounds weird. And then there's something where like we might find something with my cousins on the surface, because apparently my eldest cousin did something to make himself functionally immortal. Those cousins are fucking weirdos because they're not people on instinct, which is just fucking weird. And then didn't give me details on how like he would do it on his end, but he knows of a place. And then he did something with the book where it turned it to dust.
Right. He didn't tell you.
What didn't he tell me?
He's going to tell you.
Can you just tell me?
Not my place.
All right. What else is fucking wrong with you?
I feel everything.
What can I do to help you with that?
He's just immediately going to pull out the blades.
All right, let's do this. The usual fucking rules. Don't actively try to kill me.
he will put the blade back.
You can use the blade.
He's then going to make Groan go in front.
Mhm.
Fight that.
Want me to fight?
The whippet change goes to full-on Rottweiler, teeth bare.
Oh, that's kind of cute, actually. All right, this is gonna be interesting. I would have rather dance with you, but I guess I can dance with. Do they have a name?
Groan.
Luce is running through the names that she carved in the back of Reaver. Just doesn't recognize it. She's like, all right. Nice to meet you, Groan. I'm Luce. Please don't fucking kill me. And she is going to pull out Tooth. She's going to put up her shield. Just be like, does Groan know the rules of dancing?
Groan will obey my orders.
Okay. Are we high-fiving, or is this not that kind of situation? You asked for a fucking high five at one point. So
We are.
all right. Shield arm.
Gonna high five her and use Gaze of Two Minds.
Okay.
Do I feel that?
That's what I'm. Oh, you can feel it. It's up to Bran.
This is magically stupid.
It doesn't matter how smart you are. I think if a spell gets cast on you or magic is used on you, you're aware of it, unless it specifies otherwise.
Not a spell, it's an ability.
Is it magic based?
Probably, yeah, so I'd say that's fair.
Does this feel similar or different from, because there's only been 2 spells via Reaver that have ever been cast on Luce. One of them is Lay on Hands via a punch. And the other one is Eldritch Blast.
Closer to the Eldritch Blast.
Close to the Eldritch Blast, but no damage was taken, so she's
No.
like, all right, look it. I guess you're the ref on this one. And she's going to dance with
No holds barred. Loose.
I don't want to die.
No, you can go out.
Oh, all right. And here's my fucking sheet. You want to do it to where it's just basically, how many rounds? Do you just need 1 round? Do you just need 1 to do what you're thinking?
I'll see how it goes. We'll see how Bran reacts. It just hey,
It's gonna be quick. This is not a full blown thing.
yeah.
I'm going to brevity.
Yeah, for the sake of brevity, what I'm going to say is, how is it you're wanting this to scale out?
Oh, it's. I'm only after finding out one thing, which is what happens when Luce rages while I feel everything. Luce can absolutely rip apart Groan, and if need be, I resummon it.
So yeah, I think like thematically, what happens is she is going to basically start off by just bridging the gap between the 2 of them, taking the first swipe. She misses it, does the backhand thing that she did on Blender. But whenever that basically like she starts feeling the second time that, probably Groan attacks her, then she rages because she's now having fun.
Do you have your barbarian subclass yet?
Yes.
Okay, just to remind me, what did you go with?
Ancestral Guardian.
Okay.
So I now have the ancestors.
So do you rage?
Shit. I rage.
Okay, so when you rage, the guardian that manifests behind this thing, Reaver, you would see it because it manifests.
I wouldn't.
Why not?
I see through Marisol, and Marisol, I see through Diamond's character. I'm blind as Reaver. I'm getting to feel
That's what I'm saying.
Luce's rage.
But you see through her eyes, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. If she turns around to look, then yes. But if it's behind her, she's not looking behind.
No. It appears behind Groan.
Ah, okay, got it.
Fully outfitted, resplendent armor, trident in hand, Atalan. is going to manifest first.
Does he look like a statue?
Yes, very much so.
Oh, I think that catches her off guard for a hot minute. She continues what she's doing. She's like, that's weird. I'm probably hallucinating. It's fine. But Reaver will get to feel and see the way that Luce fights in this moment, especially the difference between feeling the way that Luce fights as a fighter, being more calculated, and it's the very physical thought process of, but I can do this. And it's kind of like the muscle memory of past fights that we've done.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like whenever it's the miss and then the backswing that hits, that is like the same technique she used with Blunder. And then whenever she tries to like basically embed the axe after she's raged, then it becomes that hyper focused kind of like, this is where I'm putting this now. And then she does the same thing she tried to do in the dead stretch, where she's trying to make her shield go off against the axe to embed it more. And
Okay.
every time she takes a hit from Groan, like she kind of shrugs it off because it doesn't hurt. It just empowers this more. It's like whenever she does Reckless, she doesn't lose that focus. It's that she doesn't know that she's leaving an opening. Whenever she does Reckless to play off of that, someone now has advantage against me to give myself advantage. It's very much that kind of feeling. It's very the feeling of muscle memory, the feeling of working out how to do this. But Reaver can also feel the sharpness and kind of this solid thing. It would be kind of akin to, have you ever touched a raw gemstone and it still has the sharp points on it?
Mm-hmm.
It's that feeling, but that's what her vision is like when she rages. And it only shudders for a moment seeing the visage of Adelan and then shrugging off like, that's not my focus right now. This is my focus. So the eyes will move to the visage and then drop back down the throne.
Okay.
But you do feel this kind of like, do you hear her
I get all your
thoughts?
senses.
Do you hear her thoughts though?
I don't think so, no. The only reason why I could get echoes is because Echo is connected to me and it was like, it's existing.
Yes. So you would also get kind of like, because that sharpness translates in all of her senses. It's like you would feel like her tentacles basically coil inwards to not be a target.
Mm-hmm.
You would feel kind of this like resilience almost of, I don't care if I get hit. If whenever she does take a hit somewhere, she instinctively like will flex that area to almost brace, but doesn't. You feel the pain being lessened because of the rage,
Mm-hmm.
but you can also feel kind of that muscle memory working in overdrive and almost conflicting, but trying to complement each other. Because whenever she tries to use basically the evasive footwork to try to be faster, to be harder to hit, it's conflicting with the fact that she wants to hit this thing and cause as much damage as possible. Because it's evasive footwork versus calling reckless on something.
Mm-hmm.
And this entire time, like, she's kind of just lost in this for a moment. But you feel like this feeling of fun and accomplishment because it's like she's actually doing damage to something that can translate that in only a way that someone who knows a fighter can.
Okay.
So, but this is what you can guess she feels whenever the two of you dance.
Hey, Bran, how does that go for Archie? Because it was the whole thing. It was like, hey, I'm curious how it goes. So I'll let you know the three things that are in my head. I can now smell blood.
Okay.
Diamond has literally said, lost themselves in rage.
Mm-hmm.
How does that affect Archie? Because Archie is the one actively there and is the one been doing this.
I'd say there's almost an instinctual reaction to try and wrest control so you can take over. Not take over as in for a sense of, I want to stop you doing this. Take over as in, I want a part of this.
Okay.
But you're not actually possessing them. You're just seeing through their eyes, so there is nothing to grab control of. But there's definitely a sense of Archie being like, I want involved. I want to be part of this. It's like a shark smelling blood.
Okay. Then Archie's going to go into Spectre mode, as in the body will.
Mm-hmm.
So, Diamond, that's what you'll get.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But the rest of this is just Luce then proceeding to rip Groan apart, essentially.
Yeah, but Grown will get more fervent, and depending on if you want, actually might try to kill. The more and more that Archie gets excited and wants in.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say, yeah, if Archie's going to be getting kind of like that, then yeah,
Yes.
Groan is probably going to start getting a bit more ferally aggressive. But ultimately, Luce will come out as the victor in this combat.
Oh, yeah.
I got 110 hit points to fuck around and find out with. I hope so.
I ain't using the lightning breath.
Did say don't kill me.
Yeah.
And she doesn't kill Groan. It gets to the point where whenever Groan is to the point of being incapacitated to the best part, that's when she's gonna kind of like have that moment of contemplation of like killing blow, killing blow, killing blow, and then stop and take that deep breath and then embed the axe into Groan. And then try to let go of the rage.
Make me a... call it wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I have +1 to that.
Are you within
That's
10 feet of me?
Oh, I am.
No, it's a question. Are you?
Am I? Or how close are you to this fight?
Probably edging closer and closer, I imagine.
I would say you're with it. I would say you can benefit.
So you get +3 to that from Paladin.
I rolled a 2.
Oh
I have a
no.
+1, +3.
6.
It takes time.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that what you said earlier about not wanting to kill Groan, yeah, that's not happening. As you fight to try and wrest that control back, something else takes over and you just bring the axe down on that final hit. On that, I would say you're able to kind of then take it back as the shock of the fuck, that wasn't me swinging, that was something else that swung that axe. I'd say that's the point where you can take it back.
She's gonna... It's that moment of like... It's dead. I killed something. I killed something. And then it's like, I won. And then she's looking up and... Is the visage of Adeline still there while she's lost in this raid?
Yes.
It's still just standing there?
No, that's the point. It's got his trident kind of pointed down and is looking at you with a very, very blank expression.
She just kind of looks at it. And I think that's what snaps her out of it. Is she realizes like, hey, I know who that is. And then she drops it. And I'm guessing that drops as well.
As the rage dissipates, the image of Atalan will disappear as well.
She'll just kind of blink, look at dead Brown, and then look at Reaver. Like, I might have killed him. And then pull the axe out. And then just sighs.
You ever seen someone salivate? Like that hunger, just almost drool. That will be the spectre of Archie just staring, their hands twitching, their teeth smiling, like they want the beast's form out. Because it's a spectre, they don't have barbarian, unless Brown's like, no, it comes out, I don't know. But like it's, you fed it, you went lost full sauce, you killed something, it's like more. You come back, Archie hasn't.
I'd say Archie can stay. But if Archie's staying, I want to leave it there. with Luce
absolutely.
realizing that their rage let him out. And now I want to jump to Echo and Ariel, and I want to resolve this. And I want to finish with this. Okay? So, Ariel, you're able to find Echo in the midst of this throng of people.
Mm-hmm.
Are you approaching Echo?
Yes, I'm circling around the front, seeing the kaleidoscope of colors and emotions, and being like, oh, okay. Echo? Right? I'm here. Look at me. Focus on me. That might help.
I don't think Ariel can tell, just because Echo doesn't have eyes to focus on one location. I don't think Ariel can tell where Echo's focusing, but I think Ariel can definitely tell that Echo isn't focused on one thing.
Mm-hmm.
They are focused on everything. And in a way, they're actually lowering themselves further to the ground. But they don't respond. So, yeah.
No response, Ariel. What do you do from there?
Realizing that there's that like focus all over the place, I'm just gonna Echo, buddy. Just try and grab their attention.
How so?
Just like waving a hand or like around their face and be like, buddy.
How close?
About yay-ish.
They're gonna bite.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Primal Savagery?
Yep.
Cool. Roll to hit. Is that nat 20?
I'm so sorry.
Oh!
Silvery barbs. Just to get rid of that nat 20.
Silvery Barbs has been called.
What does it do?
Silvery
means you roll
you roll it
disadvantage.
again. You roll it again.
Cool.
So-
Cool.
To reiterate,
Pick
it's
the
not,
lowest.
it's not disadvantage. You roll the d20 again, and you take that result. It's not disadvantage.
Total of 21, but not a nat 20.
Okay,
That's
cool.
fine. It still hits, but it's fine.
Roll the damage for Primal Savagery, please.
Mm-hmm. 19 points.
Okay.
Ariel, you take one hell of a nomming.
Yep. And seeing as this is a populated place, I'm going to bring Echo in just a bit closer to like shield the public from what's happening. I got you, buddy.
I don't think there is I mean, I can roll perception for the public. Apparently there is a way that you can shield it from the public. Yeah, with a grand total, with advantage because of massive public and open space. A 1 and a 3.
Ooh.
So yeah, I'm going to
Great.
say that people are too busy, beginning of the day, moving around and such.
Did you say you were bringing them in closer?
Yep. I know that might be a problem, but I'm also just going to be like, it's okay, buddy. I got you. You're okay.
I needed to not look at the Fathoms general. Oh my god.
I know, right?
Okay. So they roll a nice in between state. So what's gonna happen is they're going to try to slip around Ariel and bite from behind. This isn't going to be a primal savagery. This is just them going in for a regular bite. Because they want to slip out of the grasp.
Oh, it's not
And
the
they
grasp. Ariel's just
But
got
it's
you hanging on.
It's the lean in, pull in.
Mm-hmm.
They're just trying to how to put it.
Not be enclosed, so to speak.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
It's the same reason why being in the house itself was too much, even though the house is massive.
Mm-hmm. With that, though, now I'm gonna get my mage armor up for the day.
Cool.
Okay, so the mage armor will have to happen after the second attack.
Okay, that's fine.
So the second attack goes ahead. You slip around. Make your second attack.
23.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But this is less. Yeah. 7.
Cool.
And essentially what they're trying to do with this one is they're going for a shoulder.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's definitely got his shoulders out, so yeah.
Yep, they're just going for a shoulder on the back to keep
Mm-hmm.
that like height advantage, so to speak.
So, yeah.
Okay, so that one, I don't think you're going to be able to hide for the public.
Yeah. I am.
Okay.
Why did Kesha's "We Are Who We Are" start playing in my head? Because it did.
What were you going to say there, Ariel?
As the bite happens, knowing that one isn't gonna be as easy to hide, I'm just gonna cast Dimension Door, and I'm gonna take Echo with me.
And where are you dimension dooring?
How far from the wall are we?
From the wall of the city, or...?
Yes.
Definitely more than 500 feet.
Okay. As far towards the wall as I can. So 500 feet in the direction of the wall.
Okay. You go 500 feet towards the wall. You're about 1,000 feet out, away from the wall.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just gonna start walking calmly, collectively, with Echo hanging on, just nonchalantly walk towards the wall.
Okay. So you teleport out. Echo is still attached.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then
Yep. You numb.
There's something fun about that image of you just blood leaking and just kind of like, it's okay. I got you, bud. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
And just walking towards the wall. Let me roll something quickly. Okay. We're going to end on that image. We're going to end on that image. Before I say what I say next, here's the thing. 1, Echo got seen biting you.
Yeah.
Right? Public seen it. Number 2, as you guys make your way out, you can hear the sounds of guards starting to spread around, looking for something attacking people. Okay? And that's where we're going to wrap for today's session. But we are going to go to an after credit scene.
Oh no.
A building. Fairly well appointed, not quite to the standards of Glimmertides. And a messenger coming into the room. Inside the room you can hear the sound of something being sharpened. And this deep elf swims in. Stops and goes, "You said to come and get you about anything weird. Well, I think this might count." And a fairly gaunt looking person is going to turn to look at them, extend a hand, and the piece of paper that this young person is holding is immediately, through some kind of current, brought to their hand. They take it open and they read it. And they say, "So, my former pet has a new friend. How interesting." That's where we're going to leave it for today's session. Thank you very much for everybody that came to see us today. Thank you for those who came to see us on the TikTok with our first time ever going live on that. Thank you very much to everyone. I'm going to be very, very quick about this because we have went just slightly over time, 8 minutes over time, but still. If you like what you've seen here, come and check out our other sessions. You can see our full calendar over on our Twitch channel, which is at World Tree Quests. Go and check out all of our social medias, all at World Tree Quests, and please go and have a look at our casting call that is open. It is on our Twitter. It is for a Dragon Age TTRPG campaign. If you're interested in that, go look at it. I promise you, it'll be fun. But please be aware that Dragon Age is a dark fantasy campaign, and therefore will contain quite a few dark themes. Oh wow. Ugh. I hate the hiccups. That's everything from me that I think is worth spouting, so I'm going to pass on to my players. Kyle, anything that you would like to plug at all?
Nothing of this week. There's possibly something next week that I don't think I'm able to speak about just yet, but it might involve that one warlock. We'll have to see. It might be on a different channel as well. We will see.
I love to hear. Okay, fine, if you say so.
I need to know if I can speak about it first.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know the exact time. Cool. I didn't know if there was an exact date booked in yet, which is what I was saying. So I'll be playing Eldritch Automata with that one warlock at some point very soon on Dinner and a Game.
Next
so if you want to
Saturday,
see
the 27th.
Is that it confirmed? Because I've not been able to. Cool. So, yeah. See, this is why I was like, I'll leave it to Tom. Tom will know more about it than me.
Okay.
It's in the Discord, bestie.
Eldritch Automata
Listen.
on the 27th with Dinner and a Game. We love Dinner and a Game. Go check them out. They're fucking awesome. Anything else you want to plug there, Kyle?
No, that's all for the moment.
Fantastic. Moving on. Selkie, anything that you would like to plug at all?
Oh, well, I'm Selkie Cove. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Selkie Cove. I make the cutest Eldritch horrors you've ever fucking seen. And you can find my full stream schedule on my Twitter. It's pinned. You don't have to look very far. Tuesdays, occasional Wednesdays, every other Friday, I'm on Dinner and a Game. Thursdays, I'm obviously here. And then Saturdays, I'm on my Twitch. I'm not going to tell you anything about what I'm doing any of those days. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Selkie. What about you, Denny? Is there anything that you would like to plug at all?
Nothing super big and exciting right now. You can find me on TikTok or Instagram at Lawless Aries Cosplay. And you can find my jewelry on Instagram or Etsy at Magpie Finds Jewelry. And I think that's it.
That for you? Awesome. Go and check out that jewellery, guys, because it looks We see them making the stuff while we're playing, and it looks tremendous. Go have a look. Fantastic, thank you very much. What about yourself, Tom? Is there anything you would like to plug?
Hello everyone, I'm that one Warlock. I make the saddest characters you've seen on the internet and the tastiest. You could find me every Monday right now on the Starfield playing Werewolf the Apocalypse with the lovely ever so radiant Madness Diamond, where I play the Darius Glasswalker Travis. On Tuesdays, you can find me on Game Raider Girls Twitch channel playing as Backer Jostrums, the now half Dragonborn Circle of the Moon Druid, because weird changeling shenanigans have happened. But you can catch me there where I play a druid who exclusively wild shapes into dinosaurs. And then you can find me here with all these lovely, adorable, wonderful chuckle fucks.
What a
And then
way!
you can find me all across social medias at that one Warlock.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Tom, for that. And last and most certainly not least, Diamond. Anything you would like to plug at all?
Yeah, I'm Madness Diamond. Since we're friends now, you can call me Diamond. Find me everywhere at Madness Diamond on all the social medias that I have that username. I have a Beacons link, beacons.ai/Madness Diamond, that has my updated actual play schedule for my weekly games. Mondays, I'm over on the Starfield playing Werewolf Neptune's Cairn, where I play Soiree, Suncrest, the Silverfang Ragabash. Tuesdays, I'm on Dinner in a Game with our lovely Selkie Cove, where we play Emerald Sanctums or Crawfish to the Bitter End, where I play Bay the Very Human Hunter in Emerald Sanctums, or I play Cherie Darcy in Crawfish to the Bitter End. Thursdays, you can find me here playing Los Ingles Vestra, the Battlemaster Barbarian, who just went Path of the Ancients on that one, and now gets a spiritual visage of her ancestor who judges her in combat. And then you can find me everywhere else on my socials whenever I post about it. If I'm in any kind of one-shots or anything like that, I'm the administrative coordinator over on Dinner and a Game, and I'm the keeper of schedules and spines. I'm the community manager here on World Tree Quests, where I am the secretary to God. And very soon you can also find me on a podcast called The Everbright Archive with our lovely Selkie Cove, where I will be playing Jemmy Horde, the champion of knowledge and secrets, who is going up against Badru, who is now the champion of bards. So keep an eye on my socials for that, because we will be talking about that a little bit more since our trailer dropped pretty recently. And I'm also the lead producer of House of Dreams for an upcoming project for charity called The Rose Court, which is a Thirsty Sword Lesbians, basically West Marches style game, where all the benefits from all of the streams are going to go to PCRF. So if you want to see more about that, I will post it on my socials, but House of Dreams is now a channel you can subscribe to as well. But that's everything for me.
Thank you very much for that, Diamond. If that's everything from my players, that's everything from me, then that's everything from us. Thanks for coming to see us today, folks. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. With me today, we've had Just Kyle, we've had Selkie Cove, we've had Madness Diamond, we've had that one Warlock, and we've had Lawless Aries Cosplays. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe. Honestly, try your hardest not to assault people in the middle of the street, especially when you use primal savagery. Also, do you know what? Fuck it. Pull a finny. See if I care. Good night, folks. Good night. What even is the world?
Have we